Bienvenidos a la segunda sesión,
Welcome
bienvenidas
to
de
our second day to the Inspiring Women in the Digital Era event. Please take a seat. We are delighted to have here our female entrepreneurs and the children, students who will be in the audience to hear us and to listen to our inspiring women. So thank you to all of our sponsors, to the City Council, to the Regional Government of Andalusia, to all corporations, Metrobacesa, Repsol, Volvo. For the first time, Volvo is sponsoring us, as well as Santander Bank. And we hope that this event will be useful for you in terms of learning and perhaps setting in motion your drive to start new initiatives. Now we will give the floor to the Secretary of State of Digitalization, Carmen Artigas. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this edition of Inspiring Women in the Digital Era, Inspiring Women Leaders in the Digital Era. We have a great commitment to the startup community, and more specifically with women. More than 70 speakers, startups, and participants from everywhere in the world. Malaga is now, in these 2 days, the center of talent and disruptive innovation with the feminine face. This is a space for dialogue, for sharing projects with a transforming objective in terms of digital initiatives. It's crucial to have our own spaces where we can share a common vision, and this is one of our main challenges, to finish with the gender gap and the digital gender gap. We are in the right way ahead. We are doing very well, but we still have a lot of work to do. We cannot forget that women are only 16% of all business people, and the main source of financing for women is family and friends, because they don't have access to financing from investment funds. Therefore, female-led business have to be a priority. It's about competing within sectors, and it's about social justice. This is our main target in the Spanish government, and we have a roadmap for this in digital transformation, and this is the digital agenda for Spain 2026. And this is we have very ambitious measures, for example, such as Digital Entrepreneurs Line, which has helped push ahead more than 20 projects led by women. We believe in the cooperation between the private and the public sector. Also, the change that we are promoting depends on all of us, and we're sure that that the whole of the society is committed to give a step forward in terms of this. Congratulations and thank you. Okay, so now we have heard Secretary of State. We share her vision. We started this road many years ago, and we will now hand over to someone who knows the business ecosystem very well, and this is someone from Israel. We have Ejal Coleman, who is our next speaker. He's a global expert in innovation and in giving brands this touch of innovation, helping ecosystems and brands amplifying their story, to amplify their stories and expanding their marks, by way of giving them the right positioning. He has worked in Europe. He has been a strategic consultant, has also worked as vice president of communication for Startup Nation, Central Startup Nation, which is Israel's brand as a country. And please, Goldman, share your experience with us and tell us about your incentive model and this energy that you have in Israel to start businesses so we can get some inspiration. The floor is yours, Ian. Thank you, Teresa. It's an honor to be here with you all in this important event. I will now speak English.
Gender equality and diversity in technology. So nice to meet you. I'm Eyal Goldman, and I'm going to showcase a bit of the secret sauce of the startup nation. For those of you who don't know, so Israel is known as the startup nation, with 7,000 startups till today, even more than 800 investors, 400 R&D research and development centers of multinational companies in a small country of 9 million citizens only. This is the reason Israel is ranked #1 in the world per capita in technological innovation year after year. And you know, even in COVID, Israel was very, let's say, exceeded in solutions around the world and ranked #1 again with 26 billion in investments, breaking their own record of previous year with 10 billion in 2020. So you can understand the powerful power hub, let's say, that Israel is, and this is the reason it's called the Startup Nation. The name Startup Nation was given by Dan Senor and Saul Zinger in 2009 when they wrote the book, The Startup Nation, to explain the economical miracle of Israel. For those of you who don't know the history of Israel, so I will try to explain this secret sauce in 3 ingredients. The first one is resourcefulness. So 74 years ago, Israel was established in the Mediterranean desert, I would say, with not a really welcoming environment and with 0 resources, especially with no natural resources. This put the pioneers who built this country in a situation that they needed to create new solutions on a daily basis for their living. For example, irrigation. Spain is a leader in agriculture in Europe and in the world. The most advanced irrigation systems and the technology came from Israel, and the leading company in the world is Netafim, an Israeli company. We all eat cherry tomatoes, right, in our salads. Cherry tomatoes is an Israeli invention because there was not enough water to grow tomato as we know it. So they invented a small tomato called cherry tomato. And it goes on and on. You can, let's say, research all the investments and all the solutions of Israel till today, including Waze. I guess you know this application when you enter your car and you want to get from point A to point B. Now it is a part of Google. So resourcefulness, I think, is the first ingredient of the secret sauce. The second one is chutzpah. Anyone knows this word? Yes. Okay, so Israel and Israelis has a lot of chutzpah. This word exists only in Hebrew. It has no equivalent in English or any other language in the world. In Bala Rieli, she is a woman entrepreneur, very known in Israel and in the world, wrote a book, Chutzpah, trying to explain what it is. So I will take a short, let's say, description from it. Chutzpah by her is brutal honesty, sometimes, or usually, in risk of sounding presumptuous or a bit arrogant. If I will try to elaborate a bit this, I would say the combination of very mission-oriented people, a bit rude, let's say, and always trying to find solution for challenges in different stages. For example, when people don't open you the door, they will try to find a new creative solution to come from the window. This is the Israeli chutzpah, and entrepreneurs need these ingredients in order to succeed. I want to showcase you here an example for resourcefulness. When I was a VP Brand and Communication for Startup Nation Central, which is an NGO that promotes Israeli innovation in the world, connects it to governments, Fortune 500 companies, and global NGOs like the UN, EU, World Health Organization, and World Bank. We had a management team meeting. That was the beginning of the COVID, and we thought, how can we help the world cope with the COVID-19? We did a campaign asking the Israeli entrepreneurs and startups, do you have a solution for COVID-19? This is a new situation. It was less than a month old. We got 70 startups sending us different solutions, health and non-health related. In 2 weeks, we came up with this website in collaboration with Wix. I don't know if you know Wix. Wix is another giant, is an Israeli giant who helps companies build their websites. They help us for free to build this website, and we introduced to the world 70 solutions from Israel. Some of them, by the way, were free for city halls and governments around the world. This is an explanation or a demonstration of the technological power hub that Israel is. The second ingredient that I talked about is chutzpah, and for some of you who want to deep dive into this word, and it's not a word, it's a culture of Israeli entrepreneur, men and women, I encourage you to read the book Chutzpah by Imbal Arieli. It is, I think, translated in Spanish as well. Now to the third and last secret sauce. I know you've heard this phrase or word a lot, ecosystem collaboration, but I would try to explain it. Because in Israel it is very unique that universities, government, startups, entrepreneurs, and NGOs work together for a design mission. And I would like to show you a video to demonstrate how it goes.
We have a lot of experience in national emergencies, but COVID-19 introduced us to a whole new set of challenges.
It was obvious that for a while we will have a fog of war around us. You have to have every single person that's able to contribute to the joint effort to come and play.
That is the way that Israelis are wired, spontaneous and very mission-oriented.
Being a startup nation, the Ministry of Health got hundreds of technological solutions. One challenge was predicting the behavior of a virus that we knew little about.
Every citizen in Israel is receiving a text message from their medical provider with a set of clinical questions. All of this information is being used to create epidemiological maps. There's a machine learning algorithm learning from millions of people to predict how it's going to spread.
In order to have the capacity to do massive testing without bringing patients in to your medical setting, you have to have an alternative.
The testing experience is a simple one. Go into the drive-in, get tested, and go straight home. Never endanger other people. Quickly, efficiently, done.
I think it was a bit like the movies. We got a text message saying that, guys, we need your help with a situation going on in Sheba Hospital in Israel.
We needed to make sure that the doctors, the nurses, keep themselves safe.
Our development team just worked 10 days straight, including weekends, 12, 13 hours a day, more than 50 people to bring that solution to initial maturity to start helping the situation. Once we know that somebody has been in touch with a confirmed patient, we can identify other staff members that may have been infected as well.
When encountering an unknown enemy, I think it's important to have around the table a different set of opinions.
And to have a central nervous system that takes care of all of these events at once.
Scientists from the academic, people from the industry, military. We came all together in this control center in Sheba Hospital and started to look into the way this disease is developing.
Data automates the remote care activities for hospitals and for health organizations.
Home care for patients with mild symptoms is very important. We needed to make sure that they will see a doctor and be monitored, but at the same time, we wanted to get them as far away as we can from the hospitals.
Vital monitoring, symptom monitorings, telemedicine visits, all of that being in one program. We basically protected the hospitals from overflooding from positive COVID-19 patients.
So this is another example of the collaboration and the strong partnership the Israeli ecosystem has. Those are the three ingredients for the secret sauce of the startup nation. I want to thank you for listening to me, and on a personal note, just to say that diversity for me is very important in anything we do, especially in business. Diversity brings new ideas, new solutions, and a variety of options. So I wish you success in entering the technological ecosystem, and go get it. Thank you very much.
Buenos días. Vamos a celebrar la primera mesa del segundo día del 6º Congreso para Inspiración a las Mujeres para el Liderazgo. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer desde la Real Academia de Ingeniería de España que nos hayan invitado a participar en este Congreso y dar las gracias a la que lo ha organizado, a Teresa Larcos Tamayo, por el esfuerzo que hace no solamente hoy, sino durante muchos años para ayudar a que las mujeres emprendan carreras tecnológicas y tengan empresas de startup. También quisiera agradecer a nuestra moderadora, Soledad Díaz Campos, por el trabajo previo que ha hecho para que esta reunión y esta mesa sean eficaces. El tema de la mesa es construyendo el futuro de la educación. Y este tema, que es fundamental, se inicia desde el origen de los niños. Cuando los niños ya tienen 4 y 5 años, empiezan a recibir información. Y a los 10 años, muchos ya han decidido lo que quieren ser. Y luego ya hablar con niños y niñas a los 14, 15 años, no vamos a conseguir que quieran ser líderes, que quieran hacer empresas o que quieran estudiar carreras técnicas, porque ya lo tienen definido. Tenemos que trabajar con los niños y niñas cuando son 5, 6, 7 y 8 años. Pero se da el caso de que el 97,8% de los profesores que se encargan de esta enseñanza primaria, he dicho 97,8%, son mujeres. Pero en la enseñanza infantil también pasa lo mismo. O sea, quiere decir que durante este periodo, que es fundamental en la formación, desde los 4 a los 10 años, más del 80%, en algunos casos más del 90%, los profesores son mujeres. Tenemos que conseguir que estas profesoras infundan, incentiven, inspiren a estos niños para que hagan carreras técnicas, quieran liderar empresas, quieran crear empresas. Si no lo hacemos de este periodo, desde los 6 a los 10 años, luego va a ser muy difícil. Tenemos que conseguir que en las facultades de formación de las universidades, de donde salen los maestros y maestras, se posibilite a estos alumnos, que luego van a ser los que enseñen a nuestros niños, que tengan una competencia mejor en ciencias, matemáticas, física química no llegan a eso todavía, pero que en estas carreras técnicas estos profesores, estas profesoras incentiven a los niños y niñas a que realicen carreras técnicas. Muchas gracias a todas las ponentes y espero que esta sesión sea muy fructífera. Muchas gracias.
Introducing the subject. Firstly, I wanted to say thank you to Maria Teresa Alarcos and her team. Thank you for inviting me to this event. This is super important, and we have heard it before about ecosystems in Israel, and also Antonio Colino has told us that education is paramount. I mean, the role of education cannot be understated to set the path of ecosystems within a country. In Spain, the last report from the OCDE analyzing the behavior and the development of training centers and education centers in 45 countries, their last data report says that in the Spanish education system, we have had, it has been one of the ones that has behaved the best during the pandemic because it has been able to carry on. But there are two aspects where we have been alerted to perhaps amend certain behaviors because there are certain behaviors in our education system that can affect our country in terms of being competitive internationally. Firstly, during the pandemic, people who kept their jobs mostly were people who had university degrees, further education, higher education, and especially people working in technology. But only 6% of students, in university students, choose technical studies. And this is an extremely low rate because, as I said earlier, these are the degrees or the professional fields with the higher employability rate. So these are, the market is demanding for these type of professionals. In our education system, we have a high rate of dropouts in early stages of education. And we doubled the European rate in students 25 to 35-year-olds with only, say, professional training courses or only their secondary school studies. I mean, we have the highest rate in Europe. So it is important that we build an education system for the future, because that is where our ability to compete in a globalized world lies. I think probably it's time to introduce to you my guests for today. Events like this one today is necessary, and I would recommend to those of you who are students, I would recommend to you that education institutions, you should read books like this, because this is an inspirational book with examples of men women who will give you ideas of where to take your creativity to. And you can see that sometimes your dreams can be achieved, especially for women. You need to have role models of women. You can see this in this book, women who have dreamed things, and then they have had dreams, and they have pursued their dreams, and they have achieved their dreams. So we now have a great array of panelists, and it's a great pleasure for me to have Mónica Guardado, who's the director of AFI, Elena Ibáñez, founder of Singularity Expert, Oriana Cicelli, co-founder of WowPlay, Raquel Vela, co-founder of Papua Learn English, Pina de Paz, co-founder of Kimpo, and Carmen Vázquez de Castro, who's a board member of Saturday's AI. So before we start our chat today, and before we start imagining how to build a better future through education, I would like you to tell me briefly what you do, or what the institutions that you're representing do, so we can realize the importance of the role of your institutions in this education for the future. Mónica Guardado, you go first. Please tell us briefly your approach in terms of finances. Thank you very much, Soledad. Thank you very much, Teresa, for organizing this event. I know that Teresa doesn't take compliments very well, but we cannot really, I cannot go without saying thank you to her, because events like this are inspirational. AFI Escuela is an institution that was created in 1994. We are part of a wider group. Emilio Antiveros, who recently passed, was one of the founders, and we have worked for 35 years in leading training in economy, finances, ecology, and sustainability. So we are one of the pioneering schools in finding these place where economy and maths meet. And we pioneered these studies in quantitative financing many years ago. Also, apart from maths, in the financial world, technology disrupted everything as well. And this is now, we are now giving training, tech training in companies. And over 6 years ago, with the current minister, Teresa Rivera, we started an initiative in sustainability. People thought we were crazy, and we were definitely a step ahead of things, but it has proven useful. And we are a niche institution, very specialized institution, and we train professionals with postgraduate courses, master degrees, and so on for professionals. Elena Ibáñez. So what about you? What about Singularity Expert? Well, I don't know what to study. I don't know what I want to do for a living. These questions really pester us when we're children. And that is what we do as adults. We have developed an artificial intelligence platform with map employment, with high employability rates, which previously were unknown. And we do the perfect matches between the potential, with people's potential and the jobs with a higher rate of employability. So we match them depending on interests and abilities. Oriana Cicelli, so what do you do? Okay, it's WowPlay. Yes, I am the co-founder of WowPlay. But yes, I mean, we have two different projects. So WowPlay is a startup which started 2 years ago. The mission is to prepare girls and boys to do whatever they want in the future. We awaken the interest for tech careers and tech studies, and we do this for children at a very early age. We do this with science, technology, art, and math projects, and we combine manipulative learning, where they build and they learn with their hands, along with a responsible use of technology. And we use screens as a tool for learning. And this is geared towards over 5-year-olds. And now we have Raquel Vela, co-founder of Papua Learn English. This is a startup seeking this is an app seeking to practice English in a real environment when you go abroad. So we use voice recognition systems, and we create an immersive experience where the user is the protagonist of his new life abroad, and he talks with other characters abroad, so he can live virtually what he could live if he was to live abroad. So it's about really breaking this gap of only people who can go abroad get the fluency, and no, that's the opposite. I mean, we enable people to have the same experience without having to go abroad. Yes, Kimple is a project for children over 4 years old, so we can integrate horizontal innovation, and it's about really improving the who and the how things are learned at school. I mean, this is to do with integration, horizontal integration of SDGs in projects with social impact, and it's about how to change dynamics. So when we tackle climate change, for example, or diversity or gender equality, we develop abilities in terms of communication, critical thought, teamwork, and so on. So it's about combining a number of things that will go hand in hand with this education of this new agent of change in a sustainable way. Okay, so you can see the importance of these institutions in terms of amending perhaps the weaknesses of our education system in our countries. Now we will talk about 3 important aspects, and I will start with Monica and Elena, so you can perhaps place the conversation. What do you think that the model could be? What do you think your contribution could be in terms of education? What is your education model? What is your vision in terms of where education should go? And Elena, please tell us about your point of view. So can you tell me about your vision and your model of education? Where do you think it should be directed towards? Yes, I think that because we are talking about SDGs, we have an SDG, which is number 4, which is quality education. I think that in this SDG, we define very well what the model has to be for a country. In SDG number 4, it says that we have to guarantee an education that is inclusive and it's a quality education, and we have to guarantee opportunities for all people throughout all of their lives. And I think this defines very well what an education system from a country has to be. An education system has to guarantee inclusion. It has to be accessible for everybody. It has to be a quality system. We see that we live in a changing world, and quality is closely linked to having to be permanently updated, and we cannot have gaps. We cannot have bridges. We cannot have gaps between what the society needs and what children are getting in education. As SDGs say, we have to give opportunities for everybody throughout their lives. This is something else that was in in our event yesterday, we are all going to live longer, and we are all going to have to work for longer, which will mean that we will have to retrain and keep learning throughout our lives. We need an education system which is not only based on perhaps traditional education, which is designed in Spain in a particular way, but we also have to guarantee that our education system grows with professionals throughout their lives. I think every country has to have this as a central, as a core axis, education. I don't think there are any countries anywhere that do not have a long-term goals. We can't have 8 education plans. We need to have different types of plans that have an impact in society and economy. So education has to be the central axis of this, and I think this SDG number 4 really connects the rest of the goals. I mean, we need to have proper, dignified employment and fair employment opportunities for all. This SDG number 4 guarantees that the fact that we need a system that is inclusive, accessible for everybody. It has to have good quality, and it has to go with us, to age and grow with us throughout our lives. In terms of orientation, in terms of training, what do you think the model needs to be? Professional guidance in school, I mean, needs to be at the core and the basis of 2 of the main things in our children's life. One is employability, and 2 is that, I mean, our children have to be attractive for the labor market. And secondly, happiness. They have to live full lives, and they have to this is paramount in education, because when a child reaches perhaps they cannot really choose freely, because they are so biased already when they are teenagers that their choice is no longer free. So therefore, they have to have new ideas, new concepts. And in Spain, the problem is that these 2 things, employability is crucial. And in Spain, we have the highest unemployment rate, young unemployment rate in Europe. We have a university dropout rate. The rate is the biggest in Europe as well. And while this is happening, schools are giving exactly the same guidance as we were giving 10 years ago. So when you go to school and guidance teachers, they think that perhaps tech employment is a type of employment that they don't understand, because guidance teachers, they don't only do professional guidance, they do many other tasks as well, and they will never be up to date with the emerging employment. And so it's impossible that they can really give proper guidance as to what there is out there and what the demand is out there. The works of the future, employment for the future, has not been invented yet. I mean, this sentence, I have heard this so many times, and it's not true. Yesterday, we talked about digital twins, the metaverse, blockchain, and people our age are making a living with this. So these professions are out there, they exist, and the first professionals are there working already. So these kids, they should be guided in this universe, and they should be guided properly. I mean, the same as children have to work in what they can do and what they want to do, which is the most important thing. This vision has to be conveyed to them so they enjoy their work, which is crucial for the employability in our country.
You know that we are in front of a controversy. We are in the digital era, and you know that the children and young people today are digital natives, but they are not very interested in technological development. So what can we do about that? And this question is about Oriana and Raquel, or for Oriana and Raquel, but please, the rest of you feel free to answer to it, because I think it is very important. How can we make new technology more attractive in the school system? How can technology help us at school? If they are digital natives, why at school this interest in new technology is not very well communicated? And how technology can give us a more fair or a more equalitarian access to careers. Raquel, if you want to start, or if you want to comment on that, it will be great. Today, we are more and more worried for or about how technology can be closer to the reality regardless profession. Technology is going to play a very key role. We have to approach technical careers to our children, but it would be a good idea to see the initiatives that are coming up in the country. In Spain, there are many initiatives aiming to raise the awareness of young population. Young population can be around 15, 16 years of age, and there are many initiatives showing young people all the possibilities of technical careers. But there are many things that we can improve, because to raise the awareness in our young population, we need to start before or earlier, not when they are young, but when they are children. And I always say that the interest in learning technical careers or technical abilities or skills, the fact of learning how to think, critical thinking, resilience, creativity, which are very important aspects in life. These are all abilities which need to come first when we are children. Can we learn English when we are 16? Yes, of course, but maybe it will be easier if you start when you are 3 or 4. And with technical careers or STEMs, the situation is more or less the same. That's why for me, it is important to approach technology or to approach technical abilities to very young children. And I think that we can raise the awareness not just in the younger population, but also in girls or populations with different intelligences. So the question could be, how can I raise the awareness of many groups of people, children, at very young ages, because it is fun to construct electric circuits or building blocks. When they are very young, they can have access to technology in a very natural way. If we also have references which are diverse, and that children can see these references or reference people in their daily life, we can also raise the awareness in a much more natural way, and not when you are 15 and you are exposed to engineering, for example. English is very important, as Ariana has just mentioned. Raquel, what is your opinion on that? Yes, and also regarding your question, how we use technology to raise children's awareness is very important. Also in relation to learning English. I think that what we have to say is that the only way out is to use technology. That's the only reality, because the younger generations need to speak their own language, and we need to use the channels that we use, because otherwise we are not going to reach them. We are not going to be able to approach them. So let's use the channels that they use, the channels that they understand. Some days ago, Paul Leblanc, we had the opportunity to listen to Paul Leblanc, and he said that children or young population are not offline or online, they are always online. And if we don't use technology to reach them, we will not get to them. And English is just an example of that. We already have the necessary tools to break the barriers, to overcome the problems that we had in the past to learn a language. So let's use the tools that we have. In the access of education, the same. Before, in the past, you had to go to England and spend a month there, and there was a gap between those who had studied and those who were able to travel to the country. And that now the situation has changed, because everybody has the possibility to learn the language with a digital tool. So let's use the technology that we have to offer them to education or to the educational system. We are not speaking about disruptive technology. We are speaking about technology that already exists. And by the way, we can use very basic tools, very basic technology. After the pandemic, you know that we have realized that you can, I don't know, pass a course or study a seminar which is taking place in the United States. And this is a channel that we all can use, which is very easy to use, very simple. So we need to stop thinking about technology as something which is crazy and which is about the future, and start thinking of technology as a channel that we can use for the younger populations to give us or to give them a better quality education. So let's be clear, we have to start using technology in the classroom, because it is not something that is going to be for the future. It's a channel that children are going to understand. I don't know if Pina, you want to add any other aspect on that? I agree with my colleagues, and I agree with what my colleagues have just said. These are just pieces of a puzzle that need to match. So technology is a piece, and then we have to match it and think about the challenges that we have ahead of us. So what is the role of school in society? Well, I think that we need to build a new world, and schools need to play a very important role. But this new world has different aspects: technology, work, SDGs, skills, abilities, all interconnected pieces in the new world that we are going to live in. I would also add something which is technology, but technology for what? Because it is true that we've talked a lot about technology in the last few years, but now is the time to speak about what is the objective of technology. So technology, yes, but what for? All professional or personal projects at school or after school are going to integrate technology. Cybersecurity or different areas are going to deal with technology. But I think that we also need to have a very important goal at schools, which is purpose. What is the purpose, the objective of technology? Technology is just a resource to improve the world, a means to improve the world. I think that we have a problem between what children can learn by themselves and what we are offering them at schools. All of the kids that we have today, even small children who are digital native, they can connect to computer, they can study a robotics course by their own. And at schools, we use a blackboard with chalk, and I was at a high school some days ago and they didn't have a video conference license. So what can we do? They said, we have only 70 spaces in the main room. They couldn't connect with the internet. They didn't have a video conference system. So if we take this into account, I think it is going to be very difficult to adapt to their needs. Small children have to learn technology. They have to see at school what technology is. And if we don't have resources in the classrooms, or if there is a generational gap between teachers and children, we are not going to be successful, because we are not going to be able to teach them what they need to do. So in the end, we are not going to have the necessary model that we need so that schools can help children. And there is going to be a gap between those schools having resources and the schools without resources. And I think that this is a problem that we need to solve. We need to guarantee that education is quality education for everybody. So we need to rethink about the necessary resources and means that schools need, and also that teachers need in terms of training. So to finish with this analysis about what is the direction of the future education, I'd like to ask another question. We at our association, we are committed to reduce the gender and the digital gap. As I said before, we want to encourage STEM training programs, but we are also, we realize that sometimes girls and boys do not like technical skills. They don't like STEMs. And Antonio Colino mentioned that again. I think that it would be useful to show children the importance of technical skills. Learning by doing, for example, could be useful for children at very early ages. So as Monica said, we have to adapt schools to the new reality that we have in the society, and also taking into account what Timbal does in a more innovative perspective. Do you think that we can improve, or that we can help children in a different way? What is your vision, Pina, for example? I think that what we lack is applicability. But taking what the words of Monica, I think that schools, teachers, and students are really aware of the needs that they have. They are really aware of what they need, but it is very difficult to do it without training and without resources. So working alone is not going to work. And as Soledad said, technology or technical abilities is just a part of the puzzle. We teachers have to evolve to help our children, and it's also another way to participate. We need to participate in our own learning processes, debating, investigating, proposing new ideas, or listening to ideas. This will allow us to make concepts our own concepts and find the applicability of technology. It was very interesting sometimes to understand that sometimes we don't see the applicability of technology. If I create a robot, I wouldn't see the applicability of it. That's why this is a puzzle made up of different pieces which have to be really integrated. We mentioned at the beginning that this is a cross-sectional experience, and the 2030 agenda is quite useful in this regard. What is the purpose of what we learn? What is the purpose of what we do? Why do we use technology for? Why are we studying language or mathematics? Because this is going to have an impact into the world. So we need to find the applicability of the tools that I use in or at school. So there is a combination between how we learn things, which is key to raise the awareness of the capacities of every one of us, and then go in step building the new world. So technology is okay, but we need to understand what is the aim of technology, because technology is going to improve our communities. And that's something we need to see, because a robot, for example, could improve the lives of the people who can live around us. So let's look for a problem in our family, in our schools, in our community, and let's see how technology can be a tool to improve specific situations. So learning by doing is a process with a purpose, but purposes are really important and we need to see them, because I want to generate a positive impact on my community, for example. And we saw it in the Startup Nation presentation in Israel. Everything has a purpose. And they also practice with children at very early stages. And I think this is something we need to take into account. We need to encourage the skills at very early stages in our children so that they can be encouraged. I don't know whether you would like to add any other aspect about the applicability of technology. Oh, yes. I wanted to say something which is related to what you have just mentioned. We have also the challenge of the personalized education. You mentioned that there are children who don't like STEM topics or STEM skills, but let's remember that there are many children who could be comfortable having technical abilities. Of course, there are more or children who want to have different skills to be comfortable. But thanks to technology, of course, I think that we can be in environments where schools can apply personalized paths or personalized education programs. We need to know the talents of our children at the very beginning to design personalized education programs. Sometimes children are good at different things and they understand the world in a specific or with a specific perspective in comparison with their peers. So if we know the talents of our children, if we know what they are good at, we can design personalized education programs which could be related to science or to the humanities. So I think that a good idea could be to design personalized education paths or routes with the support of technology. Yeah, I think that personalized education itineraries are a huge challenge in our country, which could be a good idea, but it will take a long time in education. We have the challenge to make this a reality, and I think it is a reality and a need, but we've been working differently in the past, and I think that we need to change our perspective. Let's take into account that teachers have to or have different objectives and they have to teach contents according to the law. So I think personalized or innovative education programs can be difficult to implement. The applicability that you mentioned before is very important, because today we have children with a lot of information in their heads and they ask many questions to you. So they demand to learn differently. How can we do it at schools? That's the challenge we have ahead of us. With the new reform of the education law, we are beginning to change. Competencies are being more and more important, but this will require a lot of time. And the key will be to support or to have the support of private companies or startups that can accelerate the process, because children are not going to wait. They want to evolve and they are fast, as Monica said, and the gap is going to increase if we don't do something. I would add that we are speaking about training in technology or hard skills. And another thing that we have to take into account is that soft skills are also important today and are going to be important. Technology is going to be a commodity in the future, and the differentiation would be in how to apply technology. That's why the interdisciplinary vision is going to be important. The fact of having different professional people working together is what is going to happen in the future. Psychologists, for example, working with technician or marketing staff. So I think that soft skills are going to be very important in the future to work in teams, which is also one of the pending topics that we have today. If we ask our children what they study, they are going to repeat hard skills, but I'm sure they don't have subjects about how to speak in public, how to negotiate, how to work in teams, a lot of skills and abilities that are going to be very important in the future as well. I don't know whether someone is someone in the audience wanting to ask a question or to make a comment. Do you boys and girls want to ask anything, or are you curious about a particular aspect? Do we have a microphone, please? After this question, we are going to close this session, but let's try to interact a little bit before. Thank you very much for your ideas. I want to ask something, because we've mentioned a lot of things about technology, but do you think that it is also important emotional education at schools today? Because apart from the things that you've mentioned, I would like to know if emotions are also important in education. There are many studies saying that emotional intelligence is related to professional careers and happiness. So I think that, yes, of course, emotional intelligence is also very, very important. So after speaking about this encouragement of emotional technology, the need to have multidisciplinary vision, the fact of trying to have more resources so that all schools can be in the same situation, and to attract our future young population, we are going to close the session. We want to thank you for your participation, and we are going to continue with the next sessions that we have today. Thank you very much.
Querida presidenta, queridas amigas, muy buenos días a todas.
President, dear friends, I am so sorry for not being able to be in Malaga, but I'm going to be a member of the jury of the Princesa de Asturias Awards. But this is an opportunity to express my thank for the invitation and the acknowledgement of your work to support entrepreneur women and leaders. This debate that I'm going to preside today is about women who were successful in many different areas: technology, digitalization, innovation. With your activities, you are opening up new ways for many women who can be part of the labor market. You have to fight against stereotypes in our society, and you account and represent women who are part of the boards of directors of the different companies. We need to have women in all areas of society, in the public administration, in politics, and in the rest of the state institutions, and of course in the private companies. Not just in the boards of directors, but also in executive positions. You are all an example in our society, and that's why projects such as the project of today are very important to vindicate the fundamental role of women in all areas of society, including technology and digitalization. That's why I want to thank you for your participation. I give you a very warm welcome, and I'm sure that your contributions are going to be of interest. Congratulations, and I wish you the best.
Hi, Ani Karajian here in Boston at HBS. Happy to be with you all today. And just focusing on the conversations at the conference regarding ESG, just urging you all as organizations and leaders to make it a priority. It's not enough just to have the initiatives, but they have to be deeply embedded in your long-term strategy for every part of the business. As you think about what could be most critical, focus on the early wins, early priorities. Environment, social, governance, all key, but focus on the initiatives and the groups. That will guarantee long-term success. Thanks.
Hola, buenos días a todos.
Hello, good morning to everybody. Firstly, I want to say thank you to Teresa, to the organization. That they invite a part of the technology ecosystem of Malaga. I am a president of the Association of Business Women in this province of Malaga, and we are always giving support to women, to business women, female entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs who want to delve into the tech world. And we also want to provide technology in a horizontal way. We promote this from our association. Our goal is to bridge the gap, the digital gap, specifically in the province of Malaga. There are women with who find it more difficult to access technology, and we offer support in terms of making starting businesses a little bit of an easier experience. We have the Assessorame project, in which we provide consultancy services in the first year of life of their companies. We offer any legal consultancy services, financial consultancy services in the first years of their companies. This is working really well because many companies are now relying on this support, this endorsement, and it's great to work in this type of team. There is also something else that we do in the Malaga ecosystem, and it's to give visibility. We always we strive to give visibility to female business women, and one of the main things for us is to give the business prizes, business awards. So we host the Female Business of the Year. Last year, Virginia Calvo from eSports won, and she was our Businesswoman of the Year 2022, and she has been awarded the Andalusian Prize of Businesswomen as well, representing Malaga. We are elated about this because it's women from our province of Malaga are earning prizes, getting awards, and we are glad to give them the visibility that they deserve. So I will now give the floor to the next panel discussion, and they will be talking about the business female ecosystem, bridges between the council and the ecosystems to accelerate innovation.
Hola, pues buenos días. Vamos a dar comienzo a la siguiente mesa. Bueno, yo soy Irache.
Good morning. We're going to start the next discussion. My name is Clara Cerdán, General Counsel Secretary of the Board of Grupo Ferroatlántica. I have four women with me, four fantastic women next to me, and they will explain their vision from the boards of their respective companies. And we have been talking yesterday and today about innovation. We've talked about diversity, alignment with SDGs, sustainability, talent, creating value, building bridges, and companies and board. What are they doing in companies? What are managing boards in companies doing to define these in terms of their strategy or their values or their purpose? I mean, how are you integrating all of these into the direction of boards, corporate boards? It's about being open, perhaps, to collaborating with universities, startups, with the public administration, and so on. But let's hear them, and we will hear the first speaker. Please tell us who you are. Please introduce yourselves. Give us a little bit of a brief idea of your experience. Marisa, you're first. My name is Marisa Poncela, and I am a commercial technician, public commercial technician, and I have worked throughout most of my career in the public sector, but also in the private sector. I am now working in the private sector as an independent assessor to a number of companies. I also teach in a number of MBAs, and I work in corporate boards. Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for having me in this wonderful forum, which is now the 6th edition of this. And thank you so much to Teresa Larcos for making this possible, because she has been the driving force, and she has been the core of this. Well, I am an economist, and I have worked in-house during most of my career. And up until a few weeks ago, I was the secretary of the board of the Ferroatlántica Group, and I currently am based I work in education. I'm passionate about education. I think education is the core of change, and I am also a member, a Secretary General of this association, this organization, Women Startup, and I am a Vice President as well of Women in a Legal World. My knowledge is really in the world of Secretary of corporate boards and organization of corporate boards. So I am quite sensitive about entrepreneurship and sustainability. So these would be the headlines about my career. Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Teresa, for giving me the chance to be here. My name is Eva Levy, and I am known for my activism in the female world. I have fought for 40 years for women to reach boards, corporate boards, and I have worked for 34 years in the tech sector as well. Good morning. Thank you for being here. It's a great day to be in Malaga. Thank you, Teresa, Thank you to the panelists who have taken this floor before us. Since yesterday, I am experiencing such a learning process. I am a CEO. My name is Ana Sinel, and I am also a president of the board of a number of companies, which are tech, small and medium-sized companies in the world of applied acoustics in terms of environment, architecture, industry, risk, etc. We are very committed as a company, and I have always tried to work in companies with a social value, with a technological value, and I have strived to help existing companies, to help new generations, the new people in a new world. So I am very deeply involved in other organizations where I provide my expertise and I offer my expertise and my professional know-how. Okay, so we will stay with you. Can you tell us in your experience, what are you doing to achieve this culture of innovation in your organization, to spread this culture throughout the organization so everyone wants to be on board with this? And perhaps you can share some experiences with us, some success stories with us. We were talking earlier about the responsibility of education centers and training companies, both private and public. Companies, company boards, managing boards, this is a recurring theme. Our responsibility as companies is great because we can make decisions with responsibility and commitment. And there are many different directions where we can go, but it is crucial to not lose sight of your values in terms of core responsibility. We are the recipients of employability. We receive this from society, and with our actions, talent choose us. So we are now in the middle of a change of structure where companies are thinking about different ways of living responsibility and practicing responsibility, corporate social responsibility, and so on. But in small and medium-sized companies in this country, which is the majority of companies in this country, the majority of companies employing people and with an impact, a social impact, I mean, we have an interesting role here because it's interesting to think how we interact with society, and we have to plan for this. We have to come up with realistic action plans in company boards, with executive action plans in company boards. We have to think of what the environment is conveying to us in our staff. This is one of the main reasons for us within our board. We give an enormous value to this. We have tools for receiving data, and there was a situation a few months ago where companies were valued in terms of psychosocial risk. I mean, it's very disruptive to start the morning talking about this, but it's important to talk about this. In companies, we are realizing that talented people, very talented people, are not happy in some companies. It's not about professional development. It's about how the success of the company goes and how you keep this talent depends on how happy this talent is. It's something that worries me. I am devoting time and thinking time to this. So this psychosocial risk and the emotional situation of workers is one of the key points that I would like to raise, perhaps, at this panel discussion. So, for example, an example of a project that we are doing just now, it would be we try to receive this idea of how innovation in our companies goes in different directions. Organizations are not triangular anymore, they are circular. So it's about interdisciplinarity and it's about core responsibility. And how do you motivate from within the innovation generation? Obviously, you listen to them. Secondly, it's important to communicate. Internal communication is of the essence, and it's important to tell very well, to really convey the strategic plan of the company, so everyone can take part in this with their highest value. And well, this is what I can say for the moment. You are a specialist in diversity. You are an expert in diversity. What about, what can you tell us? I have two things that I want to talk about, and it's corporate boards. Anna, I am going to say things to you that you won't like. Firstly, I have always struggled for women to be in corporate boards, and with Silvia Leal, we are now writing a trilogy of boards. We have published boards 1, 2, and in January we will have boards 3, and we have people, the people who know the most about corporate boards. I have followed closely the evolution of female presence in corporate boards. And what is being said in this event is that innovation is unstoppable. Technology is unstoppable. You're all entrepreneurs. If we stop, we die. Really, times have changed so much that the change is permanent. So the evolution of corporate boards is unstoppable. If you want to be a good board member now, you have to have a good professional path before you, but you have to have a bit of a Renaissance spirit. You have to have knowledge that is well linked, that relates well to the sector where the industry where the company is working. Obviously, you have to add value, and there are different mechanisms out there for providing value. And also, you have to prepare yourself very carefully. However, many are not aware of how this tech revolution, what this tech revolution entails. So, for example, in some surveys among board members, many of them think that it's not necessary to understand tech. Perhaps they are not very clear about the tech revolution. They don't know how this is altering every different level of companies, from production to relationships between staff members, etc. I mean, I would love for companies to really hear employees' voices, because they have so much to say. I mean, people working in a company day to day, they know what can be improved, and apparently in 10 years, in a decade, no company, big or small, will be able to afford the luxury of having board members without digital awareness. I am old, and they ask me, what's going to happen in 3 years' time? I don't know. In 10 years' time, will they have digital awareness? To me, it's a long time. It seems to me like a long time. Yes, precisely. Clara, for you, as a secretary of the board, in terms of innovation, I think innovation is not, and governance sometimes are opposites, it would seem. I mean, but they should go hand in hand. I mean, what is your experience of linking the two? Thank you for this question, because really this links up to passions for me, innovation and education, and also corporations. And I think this is crucial. The link here is in sustainability. For me, today, companies wanting to be sustainable have to innovate, and they have to renew themselves or disappear. Companies have to comply, but not just because the law says so, not just protocols say so, because I think it's the only way to operate in the market. And living within a set of rules and knowing that it's the only way of working. And in this sense, it's about compliance at intra and compliance at extra. So at extra means we have to comply with the rules, we have to follow the rules because you have to, because otherwise you will be get a penalty or you will be sanctioned somehow. So, and this is obvious, but what about the other compliance? It's about the culture of compliance. When we are implementing a culture of compliance and a culture of innovation, this obviously has an impact in the core of companies, the root of companies, because this has an impact in sustainability, and it's about believing in it. And you have to be exemplary, you have to be transparent. And the cusp of this pyramid, the organ controlling management in companies, they have to be the ones who really believe in this culture of compliance. They have to deeply believe and implement it in the DNA of the company. Okay, so about innovation and breaches, we will go back to sustainability in a minute, but because we have to. I mean, it's fundamental, and not just because because society is demanding this, but we also because we want to see results. Marisa, in your experience, you have worked in the public sector, in the private sector. What are your experiences of this culture of innovation and collaboration between ecosystems in the practical sense? I mean, is there anything you can share with us? Spain, unfortunately, has been, every year appears in all international reports as a moderately innovative country. We have now endured many crises. And we can see that many different countries have overcome their crisis, investing more in R&D, and Spain has invested less because it has been considered as a sort of superficial expenditure and not as an investment. So after the year 2010, we have just gone from one crisis to another. 10, 15 years ago, I don't know if I was a director general of innovation, or I can't really remember, but I used to train people, and I used to train companies, and I would tell them to prepare because the technological revolution was coming. And they were saying, no, but that's not really my problem. And I was saying, yeah, it is your problem if you don't know about this. People now realize that digitization and technologies on which we will develop the new technologies are everybody's problem. And I believe that the way the most relevant strategy for innovation to become a part of the reality of ecosystems and companies is that the corporate board is aware of this. The innovation department cannot depend on 3 levels below the CEO or the director, because then no one will listen to them. The R&D strategy has to be at the core of the company's strategy. And this is in corporate boards. If it is a department reporting directly to the CEO and to the board, the corporate board, this is the best way that innovation and R&D will be in the DNA of the company. In some of the companies I work for, the R&D responsible comes to the board to tell us about things. They tell us we have to keep investing in this, and so on and so forth. And really, we have to be really aware of the fact that in Spain, companies don't interact very much with the innovation ecosystem. Relationship between academia and companies is scarce, and these worlds are isolated, and where knowledge is generated is in academia, but this is not being used sufficiently in companies. Well, it's not being used at all in companies, by companies. So therefore, from boards, in corporate boards, we have to give the instruction top-down of really paying attention, of really asking how to improve things, who are we doing things with. Open innovation is impossible. I mean, if we don't do this, I mean, we have to look for projects and innovation where they are. You have to open your doors and your windows to the whole ecosystem. This is not very strong in our Spain, in our country, in Spain. So it's about talking. So you mean it's about talking about how to behave within companies? I mean, some companies react to this. Some companies, yes, of course. I mean, people react against innovations proposed by staff. I mean, many times it's people from the corporate board stopping this. I mean, people in innovation roles, they know how to improve things. They know how to make processes more efficient. And sometimes directors are the one really stopping this, and it's a shame. Yes, it's about integrating diversity, isn't it? It's about integrating different diverse experiences in the day-to-day work. So it's not about doing things only top-down, but also bottom-up. Anna, in terms of sustainability, you were talking about the role of companies in society, and you were saying that companies have the ability through businesses to create a better environment. And we are shaping this with different environments for governance. And what do you do in terms of this? I don't know if you have integrated this in your strategy, or perhaps, like Anna was saying, I mean, perhaps the strategy has to be closely linked to the business strategy. What do you think? Sustainability as a word has to be read with open eyes. I mean, companies, we are financially sustainable, and up to this point, we only valued financial science, and we are now seeing a trend. Perhaps about 15 years ago, it all started. We started to give value to the intangible things in companies, about sustainability plans. The sustainability plan of a company says a lot about the company. At all different groups, you were saying about companies dealing with innovation. The whole structure of the company has to be within the sustainability plan of the company, compliance, and we understand this from every point of view in terms of the people who are in the company. So I personally, I think that's also core responsibility, but it's very interesting to talk about self-analysis and self-assessment. When we started to self-assess and to say, okay, I believe in the World Pact, I believe in SDGs, I believe we have to do something about world poverty, I believe that we have to do something about climate change. I mean, decarbonization is there. And even if you work in a completely different industry, you have a role to play in this. So when you assess your balance sheet, your investments, your costs, there is something that you can do, something where SDG can be implicit, or even just our corporate responsibility, our social responsibility, environmental responsibility is there. There are many different sides to responsibility in a company, many different aspects where responsibility exists in a company. It's not just about finances, it's about committing to the company values, to the intangible values that turn into financial values as well and growth values as well in a company. In my board, we were talking about training and about education in board for board members. The board has to be composed of qualified people in each of these subjects for composing the global aspect of the company understood globally. So what does it entail to be a company meeting these commitments? Well, it means that you are a committed company. You are a company that is alive, that grows, and that's it, really. I mean, sustainability that is aware, not just sort of theoretical sustainability, no, applied sustainability, practical, real sustainability, everywhere, in every report, in every assessment of the company. That's it. So, for example, when an allocation of funds, when you allocate funds to something, I mean, all the funds without a budget, and they are not executed. Do we agree? Yes. Okay, so this within the board, it's we need to give relevance to this within the board. I mean, budget allocation has to have a follow-up route, a calculation, metrics, and so on. So everything that is measured can be improved. If you don't measure it, then how can you improve it? Yes, just one little thing. I mean, it is important that the board allocates resources to this. I mean, once you allocate resources to this, well, it means that you believe in this, obviously. Anna, please tell us your experience in sustainability in terms of implementing strategies, in the global strategy, in terms of sustainability. It's not easy, but it's necessary. It's imperative. I mean, you've got to, because we have now European legislation, meaning that we have to comply with a number of requirements. We have to meet in a number of requirements, and the corporate board has to believe in this. They have to put into place a strategy, and this is very positive, because we're talking about financial sustainability, and that has to exist, that has to stay there. But it's about setting in motion the other three legs of sustainability, which is governance, social, and environment. if you don't have these three legs, for example, governance, sometimes we don't have a code of ethics that is, or a code of transparency in the company, and the company keeps growing, and you don't really have a set of rules like big companies have. And they are regulated and everything, and there are procedures for everything. Even in small companies, you have to do this from the beginning, just so this leaves a mark in the culture of the company. Also, the social leg is important because precisely we as women, we are talking about really keeping an eye on corporate boards, so there's no discrimination, there is equality within the company, and that has to be part of the values of the companies. Board members, especially independent board members, when we get into a company, you supervise them, they supervise you, and they assess you, yes, but you assess them too. I mean, you really think about their values. You think, well, do I like them? Do I believe in their values? If it is a sustainable company, then the company will be more attractive to you. Also, in terms of environment, obviously, environment is relevant because we are now all realize that we have to be aware of this. However, it's another thing to set that into motion. I mean, I am a president of the Sustainability Commission of one of my companies, and luckily, these commissions report to the board, and you have to report to the board and give them reports on how you're doing in terms of responsibility and sustainability. And this has to be really sort of you have to include indicators in terms of what you're doing every year, how you're evolving, how you're growing every year. I mean, when we started, we carried out a diagnosis and said, well, this is what we're doing. Okay, that's fine. We're quite happy with this. But then when it comes to improving, it's just about complying with your goals, and you have to keep measuring whether you are meeting your goals or not. From the point of view of the financial side of things, social and environment and governance, you have to really dynamize this from the board's point of view.
Clara, you mentioned the strategy of governance through sustainability and the sustainability that the company needs to have to create value, because we create value when we believe in what we do. What profiles of people do you need, or what type of board of directors you need to make it happen? Not to mention figures, but to have, a meaning, or to know what we have to do. I think we need to include diversity, and diversity needs to start not only with gender, but also the profile and training of the members of the board. Traditionally, we have always needed technical profiles, which is necessary, but I think that now in our society, companies have to include a more humanist perspective. Eva said before that we need to look to the Renaissance period, and that's true. We need to have a much more Renaissance-centered profile, taking care of the humanist side, understood from the perspective of the philosophy and the understanding of how to interpret culture in companies. And also companies have to include a much more humane profile. Humanist and human profiles in this dual perspective will be necessary. As Anna said, talent is the most important part of companies. Companies have to or need to include a more attractive perspective to retain and keep talent. So board of directors need to understand that. Traditionally, as I said before, boards of directors were created in a much more or in a perspective based on figures and KPIs, which is of course necessary, but we have always forgotten this humane point of view, because the best assets of a company are just the people in the first place, and then their personal characteristics, their personal brand, and they will project their brand if they are treated well internally. So once again, and relating this idea with the idea of sustainability, companies have to be sustainable, and the more sustainable they are, the more they will treat people well and giving them the value and the capacities that they need as assets of the company. Thank you, Clara. Let's finish with Eva, because Eva mentioned two leaders. But what ideas do you have related to diversity, innovation, sustainability? What ideas you'd like to share with us, or what thoughts you can have to complement what we have said? To speak about boards of directors on diversity, the truth is that women are part of diversity, because big companies have investments in other countries, and we have now the necessity to have boards or members of the board from different countries. This year we have hired more women, but last year we've hired more people from other countries. My idea, or the idea that I think it will be interesting for the future, not just because it's my idea, because it has an impact, which are study trips to encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. I am lucky to have helped the creation of the Chamber of Commerce between Spain and Israel. It was created in 2005, and I am part of the executive board. My oldest daughter was living in China for 8 years, and I had the chance to come to China and come back with very open eyes to see what they did in China and also in Israel, as I mentioned before. So for me, trips, or the fact, the capacity, the ability, or the possibility to travel to different countries and see different ways of thinking, is very important. Participants will have a direct and real exposition and possibilities to understand different ways of thinking. There was another speaker speaking about cherry tomatoes without water. That's an idea we can take, because in Spain, a huge agricultural producer can think about different ways to produce products in a lack of water situation. So why not create a lab and see how can we transform water into a similar product? And this is just an idea, this is just an example. So these trips, the traveling can give you access to a very interesting networking, to visit companies and institutions with personalities that can talk to you and speak about different developments. You will have the possibility to speak with other companies within the same industry as yours, and this cannot be compared to academic or an academic session, because you need to see what you can change. And the Embassy of Israel asked me to accompany a group of executive women to Israel, because in general, women accompany their husbands, but they are never the main characters of this story. And it was a very special trip to me to understand the innovation system that Israel has. We were able to appreciate and see different entrepreneur spirits. The entrepreneur spirits was everywhere around Israel. I was amazed by the relationship they have with what we call company universities, and the relationship that they have with risk capital funds, the working teams, the cooperation that he mentioned, the other speaker, the acceptation of failure as a way to overcome problems in the future. The acceptance of failure is something that we have to embrace, because what you can see in these trips, these 5 days trips, is just the whole culture for success in Israel, at least. And I think it is very interesting to encourage trips from Spain, because there are things that we can replicate, things that we can take, or initiatives that we can take, joint ventures or relationships that we can establish with people that are doing what you need to learn. Very interesting. Thank you very much. We are going to close the debate now. We are going to take many ideas with us. Thank you very much for your contributions and reflections. I think that it is very important to relate the company with the environment and the need to invest to connect ourselves with the world. Spain has not invested in innovation in very difficult times, and this is negative. This is not good. We need to connect with the ecosystem, with the universities and technology centers, startups, etc. I understand that we need a much more Renaissance perspective in the board of directors of our companies too. Very good reflections, a good or a huge round of applause for our speakers, please.
Ay, quería... la foto, vale.
Please, let's take a picture.
Bueno, voy a dar paso al siguiente panel, que estará Teresa Larcos.
Let's move now to the next panel, Teresa Larcos and Patricia Iglesias, who are going to share with us the results of the entrepreneurship digital feminine study of entrepreneur women. Teresa, you have the floor now.
¿Dado? Creo que está dado.
¿En el centro?
Sí, venga. Bueno, aquí. Buenos días.
Good morning. I know the session is going to be or is long, but it was interesting to see many things that have introduced us in the SDGs concept, the social impact. All these messages were very interesting also from the European Parliament, the Harvard University's the schools, and the Punema Association in Andalusia. So this is a very comprehensive vision to encourage this spirit. We, Patricia and I, are going to speak about digital entrepreneurship, female digital entrepreneurship, which is the huge challenge of society to make women part of this process, these platforms. We started study 2.5 years ago. We published the first report about female digital entrepreneurship, and now we have an agreement with the University of Malaga, and Patricia with Carmina, and the whole department are the leaders of the update of the Female Digital Entrepreneurship Observatory in this study. The study is not finished, but I think that Patricia can hint or can show some aspects of it, or at least the feeling that she has about what it is happening now. Thank you, Teresa. I want to repeat my thanks to the W Startup community for this opportunity, for this meeting, and for the idea that they have to integrate this study with different aspects. We published the first results some time ago, but now we're going to include innovation, leaderships related to emotional intelligence of startups, and things which are really important and that were showed in the previous debate. The study is quite well advanced, and we've included topics such as the pandemic. The pandemic, as you know, has been very important for everybody, but for startups also is another opportunity for new business models to come up. New business models have came up with different efficiency models, different ways to manage time with the introduction of teleconferences, etc. And with all the things that we have now in terms of technology, there are many interesting things about how to change innovation, how to change the things that we have to do now in startups. We've also mentioned the relationship between the academia and companies, which is related to the underperformance client hypothesis. Motivations of women are not the same as the motivations as men. So results are not equivalent because we look for different things. We are worried about different things, and this affects the management models. So our study is going to be pioneer and very interesting. Thank you. It is also very interesting what you have mentioned, because it is related to the SDGs of the United Nations. We women give or devote our time for things that have a core purpose. And I remember, I don't know whether you remember that, but when we started the previous study, we realized that startups with women take longer to sell products because they have a risky spirit. They want to give the money back. They want to, be more cautious, and they devote their time differently, which is what you have just said. Yeah, corporate happiness, for example. If you really realize what women are worried about is related to the team, to diversity and inclusion, because this is not just about having women in our companies. We need to have mixed teams as a diversity, which is something that really worries us women, which is shown in the study, as you will see in the future. And then relationships and bridges are also very important, because many SMEs need to move forward to have a digital perspective. That's why we have this meeting, so that startups can have different applications in safe environments with no barriers because of the compliance issue in environments which do not have an impact in the P&L or in the balance sheet. So I think that this is a forum where we have disruption with boards of directors to SMEs, etc., so that we can be brave enough to set up our own big companies. And I think that you are all also worried about innovation, about relationships between startups and the already existing companies. Is that true? Yeah, we've proved and shown in previous studies in other studies that sometimes there is a gap to be solved, and the study really shows that, and we hope to see other results about different models, different scenarios in female startups. And when is the study going to be finished approximately? I think that, as I said before, we have it quite well advanced, and maybe with, as other colleagues said, spring would be a good time to present the results. I want to use this opportunity that you can participate in the study. Those startups and female entrepreneurs who are here can participate in the study. We have a link for you to participate so that we can have a very representative sample of the startups in Spain with women. I think that we have given an advancement or an advance of the study. I want to thank Patricia and all the volunteers who make this study possible, and we want to thank you for your communication skills, the protocol that you have set up, and the relationship that you have maintained with the institutions. Thank you. Thank you and the team of the University of Malaga. We really appreciate it.
Hola, somos Irina y Julia, ganadoras del premio Startup
We
Revelación.
received the Startup Prize last year. It is a pity for us not to be present in this very interesting event, but we want to give you a very warm welcome. We want to thank Teresa for their support, and we want to congratulate the new award winners of the prize of this year. It was a huge honor to be part of this powerful community. Thanks to W Startups, we've been able to meet a lot of women we admire, and we want to be with them to be active in the telecommunications industry. We want to solve the connectivity problems when traveling abroad, and thanks to the easy technology, we offer data plans in more than 100 destinations in a digital way, because our objective is to connect all our providers in the world thanks to technology, to easy technology. Without further ado, we want to introduce the new debate session of entrepreneur women. Good morning. We are halfway, and before anything, I want to give you some data. 1 out of $28 million is invested in startups led by women. I was surprised when I heard this data, and that's why I wanted to share it with you, in particular with entrepreneur women, those women who have started companies and those of you who are going to do it in the future. That's why I think it is important to understand the reality of the entrepreneurship tissue, which is the environment in which I work. In Spain, women who are setting up businesses are just 10%. Their projects are more profitable. They have a higher success rate in comparison with those projects led just by men. And why do we have such data? If we take into account the impact, 1 out of $28 million invested in women in projects led by women, we will realize that there are many problems or barriers that prevent women to setting up businesses or starting companies. This very surprising figure translates into just a few amount of investment in projects led by women. Entrepreneur women can do a lot of things in different types of projects. Entrepreneur women are brave, resilient, especially are able to face the new challenges. Those women are very brave, and we are convinced that they are the engine of innovation. Today, we have a lot of referent people and many people leading this innovation and are women. We are in this sixth edition, in this Inspiring Women Leaders in the Digital Era, to explore how to change the figures, not just figures, because figures are important, but we have to change many different things to change the statistics that you mentioned in the previous panel. We cannot change things in just a second. We need to create value. We need to be aware to set up profitable businesses, but businesses and companies which have a different or a more humane perspective. Now I'm going to give the floor to Nuria Salam so that she can be the moderator of the next debate session, and I'm willing to participate in it. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'd like to call the speakers at the stage, but I will invite you to be here too if you like. I don't want you to look at me, I want to look at my guests. Because the speakers who are here today in this building of the new generation of impact startups are professional people who are going to share their personal experience as entrepreneurs who are sustainable in the society through startups or their participation in startups. So we have Gracia Catalina, who is the director of the technology Minerva companies, where they help entrepreneurs in Andalusia. She is a telecommunications engineer because she wanted to have a lot of challenges. She studied in China, the University of Peking, and now many companies are working with her in different places in the world. So her perspective is very interesting, as you can imagine. She has 3 children and she spends a lot of time with them to support them. her favorite sentences. If you are going to wish about something, please doubt of your limits. We have Renata Couto with us. Renata, good morning.
The US, France, and currently in the Netherlands. Hallo, hoe gaat het met u? With her family. She has 50 years of professional experience working across commercial, digital, and marketing teams. She is the co-founder and project director of Women Force NFT, a collection of more than 7,000 unique NFTs to be sold to support gender equality, providing tech education and inspiring new artists to use blockchain for good causes by helping the environment. She has also worked in the public sector, such as the government of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, but also most of her career in global companies such as at L'Oréal in Brazil, Sodexo in France, and Booking.com in the Netherlands. And the bonus, she enjoys traveling, meeting new people and cultures, studying, and also spending time with her husband and her 2-year-old daughter, Victoria. Yeah, thank you very much for being with us, for joining us. Pilar Troncoso, también nos acompaña Pilar Troncoso. Muy buenos días.
Pilar Troncoso is with us too. She's an expert in digital transformation and business development in many different companies. She has a degree in business administration, and she has worked in audit and consultancy services in PwC. And in Angel and Carvajal, she was a director of institutional relationships and strategic relationships. She is co-founder and president of Ovaro and founder of Chain Go, Idea, Inter, and others. Thank you very much for joining us. Gloria Alejandro, she has worked for over 20 years in the great consumption industry, and she's an expert in cybersecurity analysis, cybersecurity data analysis. She has experience in 3 different regions and 20 different markets in Latin America, Europe, and the United States. She also works as a mentor of women in STEM in big companies with the aim of promoting female talent for big companies. She was appointed leader of solutions for artificial intelligence, global solutions for artificial intelligence in Procter & Gamble, and she promotes solutions for revenue management in different companies. And I am Nuria Salal. What am I doing here? I just deal metallurgics in Catalonia, but I am a friend of Teresa. And she's always like, Nuria, are you coming? And then she sends me the train ticket, and that's why I'm here. My name is Nuria Salal. I am a professor, a teacher of metallurgics in the University of Catalonia, and I am a president of the Catalonian Society for Technology. I am a collaborator in 1,000 different projects of mentorship for girls, for women in technology, and this is all for me. But I have a number of questions for you, but I think I am going to sit down to get closer to you. So it's always important to keep moving. First question for you, very briefly. We are short of time, okay? So how do you view the future of startups? Loli, you go first. Okay, get the glass ball, the crystal ball. Thank you very much for the invitation. What is Procter & Gamble doing here with startups? Well, we are here because we view startups and entrepreneurship as a driving force of growth, and we view it as this driving force of female growth, and it's becoming increasingly female, and it's a driving force for innovation in the whole world. So 4 years ago, we started our mission with our Sigue Adelante Keep Going Forward program, wanting to support women who have ever had a dream of starting a business. And we think that the future of new generations wouldn't want them to feel insecure. We don't want them to doubt as to where to go in the future. We want women and girls, young girls, to study STEM. We want them to choose freely a future where they can innovate, they can create, and to experience self-employment, which I know it's hard. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes we think that startups give you a better work-life balance than big corporations, and that's probably not the case. However, it gives you a number of different benefits, and it gives you the ability to create, and it's a freedom that you don't get in many corporations. In Procter & Gamble, I am really lucky that I work with wonderful people, and we really go for this. We believe in this, and we want women to go as far as they want to go and to innovate every day. Well, we are 50% or more of the world's talent. So, okay, Pilar. How do I view startups? It's complicated. The moment is complex. And since I started in entrepreneurship, I started in 2016. Now it seems like a lifetime because everything goes really fast. And things have changed, very much so, in every sense. I mean, I'm talking about Spain. I'm not talking about international forum. In Spain, I mean, there were geeks, techies were geeks who had to learn how to talk to corporations, how to talk to us, and then I mean, we have had so many things happening. I mean, there was a volcano erupting, COVID, Brexit, I mean, many different things. And it's amazing that the financial structures of startups have held on, and it's because they have a mission to accomplish. Also, capillarity is not really kind of working. We need it to be there in corporations so it can reach startups. However, I am positive. We support constantly a change of mindset in terms of investment. Now, there is money and you have to look for it. You have to really see in what growth, phase of growth you are in your startup, and you have to go for it. It's difficult, but it has to be done. Of course, it can be done. That is my job. What about?
Posso falar espanhol, mas não muito bem. Hablo português. Sou de Brasil. I think it's easier for me to speak English, so I apologize. I will respond in English. But basically, future of startups, I come from the corporate world, like always working big companies, and now I founded my own startup. And I see startups in a way that we can change the way the economy goes. The customers, they are not only customers, so it's a way of building companies or building startups or technologies that are more user-centric and not product-centric or company-centric. So it's a way to bring more inclusion to the game and more the voice of the customers, the voice of people to the game as well, and solve real user needs, right? Because when you think about corporations, I work at L'Oreal, we think, okay, how we increase our shampoo sales, how do we can bring technology into place, but it's all focused on the revenue and how the company is going to grow, and there are stakeholders in place, and that's all right? It's a big company, and they move slow because there are so many stakeholders and bureaucracy. So when we think about startups, I think it's agile. Or big tech companies now, they started startups, Google, Facebook, Uber, change the way we do things, right? We never thought we could order a car by an app, or we could talk with people from all over the world to platforms. So basically, I think startups are very important as well to help to solve real problems of the world, to help the environment, inclusion, and so yeah. So I think it's a way to go, and if it's in partnership with companies, with customers, with governments, and then it's even better because then the ecosystem can move quicker.
Oh, thank you very much. Gracias. Te toca acabar esta primera ronda.
Gracias. Now it's for you to your last. Okay, so if the question is what was the future of startups, and for me the answer is very easy. Future is the startups. There is no other ecosystem of innovation that does not base its innovation in startups. So if we don't start paying serious attention to startups, we won't have growth, we won't have the future that we know is there waiting for us. So when we talk about ecosystems, very often I remember the Amazon and great predators, and it is an ecosystem. But in ecosystems, in our ecosystem, startups are fundamental. Once I was given an example of the role of startups in this ecosystem. They were saying that big corporations they're like big mammals. They take a long time to grow, a long time to develop, very capable of doing many things, but they are slow. We are complicated, slow, big. And startups are like insects. Startups are the insects that we need for pollination, for becoming resistant to every type of disease, and the types of the creatures that have had to adapt. And I think everyone has heard already that there's a famous sentence that goes, if you think that small things don't matter, it's because you have not slept with a mosquito in your room. Okay, in my second round of questions, I will start by you. The question will be the same for all of you. In your experience, who do you think that are the leaders of these startups who are the future? Some of them are emerging startups, some of them have been remodeled. So who are the leaders of these? Are they the same, or they are different from the ones who led and created other startups in which we have based? The current profile for entrepreneurs and startups is masculine. I mean, really, I don't like what you're saying very much. No, the current profile is 80% plus is men. And that's the data. I mean, really, data is there to be changed, to not repeat that. So the profile is male, and the profile, and this has been analyzed in different studies, males with tech training, university, education, and with many abilities, many different capabilities, not only hard skills, but also specifically soft skills, which are so important for entrepreneurship. And also, the profile now is a particular one, and we would have to debate as to what we think the best profile is for these ecosystems and where our efforts have to be directed to. So in this future profile, leaders, of emerging startups, females have to be there because the average of success is greater. But 68% of women from countries based on innovation, they think they don't have the skills.
Beyond, because when we talk about inclusion, it's not only gender, right? I think there are other things in place here. Also the race as well. So to me, what I've been seeing out there, and also it's not my opinion, it's data shows, but the currently profile, it's men, for sure, it's mostly men. Actually, when I go to tech events, it's the first time I see the toilets, women toilets empty. It's because it's all men, but it's also white men. And it's white men from Europe and from the US. So we see a lot of older people underrepresented in this environment, Latin America, Black people, and I can go on and on and on if we talk about religion and other minorities. So I think in the innovation and the tech, we really need to care about inclusion, because one of the reasons that women don't join tech, it's because of the lack of role models. That's research as well, it's not me saying. And not only women, but other. And when we bring these melting pots, when we have all cultures there, race, religion backgrounds, different experience, not even people with background in tech or finance or marketing, but why don't bring artists in place? My co-founder is an artist, and we're using art to bring digital education to attract more women to tech. So why don't bring other parts of society as well to the startup environment? And these, everyone will feel more represented, more ideas will come, it's more equal, and I really, really hope in the future we're not treated as minorities.
Oh, great. Pilar?
Pilar?
Respira hondo.
Please, take a deep breath. Yes, I do take a deep breath. Yes.
Estamos ya en un momento que
we are at a time where we are globalizing, we are internationalizing, and there's no option, there's no choice. I'm talking about Spain now. I have worked in this and I have been promoting this in education for a long time, and we want the whole chain to be involved. I mean, this comes from education as well. What we saw yesterday has a running thread, and Teresa, really congratulations, because you have touched on everything subjects here. I mean, education, technology, all the ecosystem has to work, but it has to work together. Startups, successful startups are a mix of all of these, led, because leadership has to be there. It needs to exist. There are people out there who are incredibly clever, and I know startups where there are anthropologists and philosophers. So you need to create that type of ecosystem in startups, because that's how you generate, with that type of leadership, the direction that you want to take. You have to meet a number of requirements, a number of KPIs, profitability, sustainability, and this is about building community, education, internationalization, and globalization. I said 2 minutes to you earlier, but you are very good at keeping the time. So how do you view this? Well, I work with data, so I will start with data, which is quite revealing. At world level, there are only 6 countries where the balance of men and women in startups and entrepreneurship is really balanced. And Spain is one of these 6. We are at the top. Of every 10 entrepreneurs, there is 9 women and 1 man. So this is in Spain. This talent is resilient, is strong, is powerful, knows how to innovate and how to endure crisis. And in my team, we go for this type of talent. because I would love that for my whole team to have this talent, this ability to innovate, to use emotional intelligence, and to have this combination, this really strong combination of soft and hard skills in a corporation like ours, possibly hard skills. I mean, we have all sorts of hard skills to develop them. However, soft skills, we look at mentoring and we try to develop them through mentoring. So an entrepreneur is usually very good at communicating, at connecting the dots, at generating transformation. And for this reason, as Eva was saying at the beginning, we can't wait 10 years. We are committed with this. And my teams, every 3 months, they go to startup events because we have the obligation to learn how these talents can be introduced in big corporations to introduce innovation. And this is what society needs, really. So we have the ingredients, we have the profiles, we have everything. We have the desire, but there is something lacking. Resources. So who are the investing profiles? Who are these investors? Where are these doors where we have to knock? These profiles with this need for this talent, this hidden talent that we have, where can we make this happen? Who do we talk to? Or in your experiences, how? Where do we knock? My response will be a bit unusual because I come from the corporate world, but I will tell you what we're doing in the corporate world. Since 2014, this is what we have been doing. This is a reality nowadays at international level, and we are doing a collaboration with Women Alia, and we invest in startups every year, generally through 6 grants or investments, where we help startups with good, powerful ideas to carry on. And we help, we do this with through a partnership with different perfume chain shops like Arenal. We do this not only with money, like myself, for example, we have mentorship programs with these startups, and we give them our hard skills, our soft skills, and vice versa. So we see ourselves as investors because we think that the moment, the time to react to this reality is now. So where do we have to knock? In my experience, and I have gone through two different pathways. Firstly, started from a laboratory, looking for a client, having one first idea, really grabbing that first client. We used to call that FFF. And from that point, to convince the sector, the industry, and then you start convincing the industry. This was 2016. And in other startups, really, I mean, the 4 venture capitals that we went to talk to, they didn't want to hear of us. They didn't listen to us. They were not interested at all. So it was a total change of mindset. And we went to look for funding abroad. And the experience is totally different. So players today have changed as well in this past 5-6 years, not only in terms of venture capitals, because they already are organized on stages, industries, technologies, and also because of the very corporations where all of these programs, I mean, really before something was said here, and it is true, corporations are now realizing that innovation has to come from the top. Otherwise, it doesn't work. We have tried many different times and it doesn't work.
They get more funding easily, but I think it's just after the pandemic and also the war in Ukraine and the lack of resource, the whole momentum that we're living right now, taxes going up, economy is not booming right now. So I see the startups that are coming with a purpose behind, or finding solutions to help social problems, environmental problems, to increase inclusion, the gender problem. I think these startups now are getting more visibility, but again, startups funded by men, they receive more investments by men. So this is not missing, again, it's research, it's data. So there are a lot of funds being created by VC for female founders. And I myself now, I'm starting, my company is private owned, it's super new, I just launched it in July. And I'm very happy that even though it's new, I'm getting a lot of interesting partnerships that will increase visibility. But I feel now that there is, eyes are opening for inclusion and for female founders, and especially if startups are coming with models that, okay, it's gonna help the global warming or the environment, or let's bring more education, let's tackle minorities or any other problems that are happening, and with a scalable solution. I think now it's, the eyes are being more open for this kind of startups.
Well, thank you very much. Gracias.
¿Cómo se consigue inversión?
Okay, so how do you get investment? I want to know where to knock. And so before knocking on the door, you have to work. You have to do your homework. And this is an important message that perhaps you entrepreneurs need to remember. For someone believes in your project, you have to be able to speak the investor's language, and you have to have an attractive proposal for the investor, or perhaps not all of them will have the right profile for my startup, so you have to speak to them in a way that they understand you. And once you get that proposal, fortunately, there are many different doors where you could knock. And the investment market in Spain, business angels, venture capitals, etc., is getting stronger, and there is capital out there, and the money is there. It exists. You just have to convince that your company, your project, your startup is sufficiently attractive for investors. Therefore, I wanted to say this because it's important to remind people that you do need to do this prior work. Yes. And also with this decrease in valuations of tech companies, there has been this decrease that has kind of put things in their place. There is a lot of work to do, because for a startup to be worth something, I mean, I think perhaps it's a positive thing that the value has decreased, because okay, I'm sorry, I am very conscious of time. We are very short of time, so I want to say thank you to you. Thank you for your contributions, and I have no doubts that you have been inspirational to everybody listening to us. But I will ask you now for one headline, one statement, an inspirational statement that you would tell that entrepreneur who perhaps doesn't know who's an entrepreneur, perhaps a young girl who doesn't know who could be an entrepreneur. Just one statement, please. A lot of work, and do a roadmap and follow it through, regardless, and work hard.
To be gentle, not to fight, to be aggressive. And when I come to the work environment, if you're aggressive, you have more respect. I would say to girls, like, be bold, believe in yourself, don't take you for granted. If a door closed, continue, more doors will open. So that's my message.
Awesome. Gracias, tu frase.
Gracias. Yeah, very much like Renata. This is to young girls, and my message is, let's not teach girls how to be perfect. Let's teach them how to be bold, how to do things. Okay, things don't happen just because. Girls, women, us, make things happen. This is from William Proctor, our founder, and I mention this because it's true. Girls who are determined to make things happen, make them happen, and they make them happen well. Yes, it's about being loyal to activities initiated by women. Okay. To sum up, I don't know if I have left any key ideas. So the future is startups, but with the commitment from all society. The challenge is to change the profile of emerging startups, which are mostly male, without skills and resilience as main ingredients, and the soft skills are the quality ingredient. We have to share this percentage and make it equal to all women. You have to headbutt glass ceilings, and injustice is no good for us. Resources and investment profiles are there. Business angels, women for women networks, grants, joint venture capitals, etc. However, you have to go and find resources having worked on the idea and speaking the right language. There are many more doors than we are able to identify. As Lori said, the moment is now, or it will be too late. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much, panelists.
Buenos días, tenemos un pequeño cambio de programa y anticipamos la presentación.
We have a change of the program. Juan Antonio Vigar's presentation is going to take place now. He's the director of the Málaga Cinema Festival and Pro Cultura Málaga, who is going to introduce a short film to elevate the dreams and to remove the barriers that we mentioned before that we women have internally, to break up all the internal barriers that we have. So, Juan Antonio Vigar, you have the floor now. Good morning, everyone. I hadn't had the opportunity to meet Anabel Estrella. I think we haven't met before. I saw your short film, and it was a pleasure to work with it and to be here with the mission to try to introduce it as best as I can. I will try. But before anything, I'd like to thank all the people who have been here in this meeting, commenting about very interesting topics in the reality in which we are. With regards to startups and also digital startups, which, as you said before, need to be improved in the future. We need to find a gender balance that we all wish from the cultural institutions and also from the Cinemas Festival in Malaga. We've been worked for so long to defend women's rights for many years with Mabel Lozano, a very good friend of us. I think that to set up businesses is just advancing and moving forward to find a way to fulfill our aims, but also to do something which is more important. And this is the realization of dreams and the things that we wish. This is the engine that really inspires us in life, to have the possibility to develop personally and emotionally through our professional careers. This is not easy, but at the same time, it is very grateful if we make our dreams come true. It is clear that to speak about all these topics, we include cinema and the audiovisual industry. I think that our world has the special capacity to inspire us, cinema, I mean. And someone, Orson Welles, who was smarter than I, said that life is cinema and cinema is the best way to come back to life. And I think that you were very smart to show this very interesting short film of Annabelle, and I think that Annabelle then will give us more details about its creation and the thoughts that she has had. And the short film by Annabelle reflects it's an evolution story in which we are going to find a child with some dreams, and then a young girl who has projects, part of her structure in his life, and then a woman who is going to face the labor market, a labor market where she is going to find her dreams. I think that it is very interesting because Annabelle, the director of the short film, is 21 years old. I'm much older, and I think that it is very interesting to have young people talking about these type of issues, as you did, being multitasking, by the way, because you are a script writer, you're a creator, and you are a designer, and you are someone with a purpose. You have a name. You are creating short stories, short films for a purpose, and I congratulate you on that, because we are going to see that in this vital process of a life of a person, you can find problems, but you can solve them. I discovered in my life that my own life is just a way to rebuild, to reconstruct our stories. So before difficulties, in the face of problems, in the face of the lack of sensitivity in a world where women need to do something else, if you have the necessary will, and if you have also examples to follow, and I really congratulate some people for being leaders and for being examples for other people, there is a way out. And if there is a way out, after all the problems you may encounter on the way, you will end up fulfilling your objectives. And from one objective, we can go to another objective, which is going to be part of this vital process. So in the end, I think that the travel or the journey that we have in our life is a geographical experience, but a very important, vital journey, which is reflected in your story, in your film. And the title of it is quite interesting because it invites us to learn and to, pursue our dreams, which is very exciting as you were talking about before, the engine for the necessity that we have for digital startups in our world. So let's watch your film, which is the most convenient now, so that you can then speak about your creative process. Thank you.
Subcampeona mundial y 2 veces competidora olímpica.
Una de las diseñadoras más reconocidas de la historia, más innovadoras durante la Primera Guerra Mundial.
El trabajo de esta semana. ¿Quién quiero ser cuando sea mayor?
So, thank you, Teresa, for giving us the opportunity to develop this short film. It was a very ambitious project for me and very fast. It was recorded 3 days ago, but it was a huge opportunity for me to show a reality that it is or is still important and which connects with what Juan mentioned before. We are showing something that we live, all of us, as girls and women. So our intention when writing the script was to create something which can reflect a very specific situation, but also the steps that we take from the very beginning, since we are very little, and when we grow up, we find different obstacles and problems, but we pursue our dreams. The intention with this project is to be an example, to be an example for women that can understand that in spite of the problems that we may encounter, we have to keep on fighting for our dreams, because we all have dreams and we have to go after them. Thank you for the opportunity that you have given to me, and I hope that you have enjoyed it.
Y ahora vamos a dar paso a lo que estamos esperando todas.
Now we are going to listen to something else after this inspiring short film, which is a quite important idea for us. We now are going to have more entrepreneurs with possible investors and to have access to some awards and prizes that will give them the possibility to launch campaigns on the media. So without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Rosa Siles, who is going to introduce the first pitch. They come from Bilbao, and I think it is going to be a very interesting session. Rosa, you have the floor. Thank you very much. She's the General Director of Andalucía Emprende. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. I am not here to introduce anything. I'm here to motivate you to, to be excited and to share my excitement with you. Do you feel that you want to know the projects? I think that this is a very important moment because many women are going to speak about their proposals, their business models, their financing needs, and I think it's time now to pay a lot of attention. We are going to introduce many people here. Part is going to take place here, and another part is going to take place remotely. But now I'm going to introduce Idoia Zaldegui from Minevar, who's going to speak about something very interesting. She's online, by the way. Creative women are going to be part of the metaverse. We are working for that. According to the IWA report, though the entrepreneurship tissue is reinforced, we need to improve the presence of female talent. And in the ecosystem, we need to include more women because men are more present, and this is a reality in all industries. In the artist environment, 70% of students are women. However, they don't have the same access to creation and production resources, and they are underrepresented in the high management. In the European Union and the US, 3 or 5% of the works are made by women, and they receive less money for them, and they have less professional stability. According to the 2021 scientist report, shows the need to encourage women to study science-related degrees. 25% of women decide to use technical or science-related careers, but science and techniques are fundamental for the development of society. We have the objective. We have the SDG number 5 for equal opportunities. We are 2 metaverse entrepreneur women, and we are constructing a gallery for art, culture, and companies. We promote the empowerment of women in this platform because we develop in our metaverse space activities led by women in art with exhibitions of NFTs, sculpture, photographs, fashion, jewelry, concerts, presentations of books, and conferences for companies and other topics. These exhibitions will encourage the visibility of women in the metaverse world. In the near future, according to the president of Telefónica, we are going to spend 4 hours in metaverse platforms, and this will generate billions of dollars. That's why it is also important in this universe to raise artistic vocations and professions in teenagers through the activities that we develop. We have legal and financial training with more than 20 years of experience in management. I am part of the finance and working in the back finance, and Idoia directs a research center promoting women leaderships and business sustainability. We are now launching Minerva, the metaverse platform. We have Utopian for the technology development and an activity plan where artists, entrepreneurs, scientists, all women can be able to show their knowledge and be an example for young generations in the metaverse.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I think everyone here already saw me on stage. So I'm Renata. I'm originally from Brazil. I live in the Netherlands. I'm a co-founder of Women Force NFT. I'm very, very inspired by the project I just saw, the movie on the metaverse. Are we going to have slides, or I just do pitch? Okay, I'll do a quick pitch about my project. So basically, we are an NFT project. We're based in 4 pillars, which is inclusion, education, art, and sustainability. My co-founder, G. Couto, is an artist from Brazil. So we're bringing a project where we're going to bring technology, attract more women to technology. I've partnered with the educational organizations, 2 educational organizations. Whoever buys our NFT are going to get free education, free tech education. We're also bringing art into place. As I said before, I think when you talk about inclusion, it's not only women or men. I think it's religion, races, and other parts of the society. So we should attract also artists into place and attract artists to build technology as well. So we're going to be offering mentorship, art mentorship, besides high-resolution arts that whoever buys NFT, this new technology, can also get a piece of art to print, put in your house, or you can also do offline merchandising and sell along with your brand. And the most important pillar of my project is sustainability, and that's why I joined Web3. I have 15 years experience working Web 2, what we call the old internet, the internet without the interaction of blockchain. And the 4th pillar of my project, sustainability, is that we always want to launch projects with impact. The first cause we chose is the Amazon rainforest. Of course, that's a cause close to my heart because I'm from Brazil, and 60% of the forest is in my country, but there is a lot going on there. And for political issues that I don't want to talk about politicians here, but the biggest forest on earth is not being taken care of. And I think that's a cause that we all should care about. So I'm very inspired to build new solutions, to co-create with new projects and arts and tech people to find solutions to help real causes in the world. So for that, for my first project, I'm donating 40% of my profit, of my sales, via blockchain in a transparent way to organizations working in the Amazon rainforest through a partnership that I did with another startup founded in the Netherlands. The name of this startup is Kinder World. So basically, this startup map out all charities in the world according to finance, transparency, long-term plan, and the impact. And then we are able to choose the startups that are, the organizations that are really making impact. Right now, at the moment, when companies want to help charities, want to do sustainability, they just donate to a cause, but we don't know where the money is going, what impact is causing, what percentage of the money is going to the real cause, right? So with blockchain, things are different. The transactions are transparent, so everyone has a vision and can see like where donations are going and can co-create together. So yeah, I'm sad I don't have a video here. I should have been more prepared, but that's my pitch for Women Force NFT. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ana Merina. I'm the CEO of GenEngine, which is a computing startup to digitalize processes in the genetic and clinic environment. Do you know how long it takes to diagnose a rare disease? The answer is 5 years. 5 years per average, and in 20% of the cases, it takes more than 10 years with an error rate above 25%. So you can imagine the need for inadequate or the inadequate treatments and diagnosis tools that they use. Apart from the damages to patients, this also has an increase in prices for healthcare systems. And that is because rare diseases are not so rare. They affect 1 out of 14 people, more than 50 million people in the world, more than 3 million just in Spain. So why does it happen? Because we are dealing with more than 7,000 diseases with a genetic basis, and at the global level, we lack the necessary experience and knowledge about them. so there is a gap between the advancements and the research and the transfer to the clinical practice. And that's why we have designed a solution to accelerate the diagnosis process for rare diseases. And this is like a virtual system to support decisions for doctors in the process of the diagnosis, to make more efficient solutions from the description of symptoms to the optimal genetic study. Our technology is validated in a retrospective study. Thanks to the healthcare system of Andalusia, we have had very good results. We have increased the diagnosis success by 80% in the second visit, and in the third visit by 90%. So thanks to the results, we have been, or we have received the interest of different institutions in Andalusia, Castilla and Galicia, and that's why we are going to have a pilot implementation in several national hospitals. As you can see, hospitals and clinics and diagnosis laboratories are a huge market in which we are seeing more and more investment, but it is also a complex environment. Our strategy, our go-to-market strategy, is supported in the alliance with other corporations in the sector, and also hospitals and research institutes with the support of patients' associations and doctors. It is a project which was initiated in 2018 with my brother. My brother is a tech guy and I am a biocomputing engineer, and we have other partners for the investment and the strategy of the company, and now we are looking for a $500,000 investment to accelerate the commercialization of our application, and to have a second business line to transfer this technology to oncology. Thank you very much.
¿Se escucha? Ahí está.
Can you hear me? Hello, how are you? My name is Estela Ortiz. I am a CEO of Biotapaz, Carbon and Biodiversity certificates. And I want to ask you what you're doing about the carbon footprint. I want to ask what you're doing about the environment. If we address the Ministry of Sustainability, only 2% of 2,500 companies are doing the metrics to compensate carbon footprint. And further 3% does the calculation and reduces and compensates carbon footprint. So what are we doing to contribute to decrease actions by climate change? Biotapaz was conceived under the idea of being able to democratize the access to carbon markets and to be able to take actions that are sustainable in real time in terms of technology. We are a climate technology where the idea is to invest in R&D, and we use specialized software with satellite technology and monitoring at real time artificial intelligence, which allows us to predict and somehow complement with blockchain so that we can protect our native forests. And why do we protect our native forests? Because it's a solution today that allows us to compensate carbon footprint, to compensate violation of biodiversity, and to stop climate change. This turns us into agents of change, into guardians of forests, which are actually the breathing engine of the planet. This is a bloody amazing team, and it uses capital from Argentina with a work team, a development team, and a Spanish team as well. So the idea is to be able to carry out this synergy, to protect our forests, and to raise awareness that companies need to be consistent between actions and words. It's not just about greenwashing, it's about taking real actions today, not in 20 years' time. This is our race to zero, and it's implemented by us. We have been chosen by 7 cities in Spain to achieve a zero carbon footprint by 2030. So we have a few years left to meet the requirements, the SDGs by the UN. What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we just watching videos or hearing speeches that will tell me, that will make us say, okay, I'll start tomorrow? From the moment you start, you wake up in the morning until you go to bed at night, you generate gases. We have to be aware, we have to take action. The change happens today, not tomorrow. We see this in natural disasters, in changes. It's about helping, creating a healthier planet to be sustainable. And how do we generate this? By raising awareness. In Biotapas, what we do is a software which allows monitoring of everything to do with calculation and metrics of carbon footprint, and we make forest owners to sign documents so we can give them technical assistance so they can also be agents of change. This allows for a circular economy and for flexible profits, meaning that communities are involved in forest. Through this, we carry out studies of biomass and we protect biodiversity. Not only, it's not just about compensating carbon footprint. It's about also increasing exponentially the population. So I ask you again, what are we doing? In www.biotapas.com, you will see calculators to see how much of an impact you're having. You can make a calculation and then you can see the certificate. Let's become part of this movement and let's become agents of change today. Thank you for your time.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning. I think you can hear me. Hello, my name is Maria Rojo, CEO of Entec, and I was coming here with my pen drive and my slides, and I was told there's no slides. My presentation was very simple. I only had an image of Game of Thrones, so it's really easy. And why did I have that? Well, because in Entec, what we do is cybersecurity. So when they say cybersecurity, or either you are switching off or you are listening to me in different languages, but I'm sure you don't know anything. You don't learn, you don't understand anything. But Game of Thrones is easy to understand. Game of Thrones is very good at castles, right? Okay, so imagine a castle. We have loads of castles in Spain, medieval castles, strong, robust castles. A company is exactly the same. We are the same thing. A cybersecurity team erects castles taller and taller and more and well protected. And what happens that even, I mean, regardless of the number of castles that you build, you are still being attacked because companies lack the watching tower. No one was looking what was happening out with the premises. So this is where the watchtower comes. So this is exactly what we detected that was happening in companies. They were spending hundreds of thousands, millions in software experts, and it was still happening. So the solution was an army of robots that we have deployed in the internet, the deep web, and the dark web, which monitor everything that happens out there, and they find every single information leak from companies. So really, it's not about just looking at the door of the castle. It's about looking around the castle. So we don't only deal with cybersecurity, we also help companies at competitive and reputational level. Loads of minutes of meetings are leaked to the web, email addresses, private emails. There is so much valuable information out there that it's not just a case of cybersecurity. I mean, it's a huge risk for companies. This is all told by companies and is passed on to companies in real time. And this is what we do in EnTech. We help companies be more safe, be more secure. I don't want to pretend to be the X-Files. We don't want the truth to be out there. We want to stop the information from being out there. Thank you very much. Hello. I will be like Maria. I will do my best without a presentation. I was introduced here before as a panelist. I would like to ask how many mothers in the audience? Okay. Perhaps after you heard about education, you have been wondering, what is the best education for my children? What tools do I give them? Where do I put the focus? So I want to tell you about Wobbly. Wobbly was born out of to respond to two needs. Firstly, that question of what tools do I give my children? 7 out of 10 children in primary school today will work in professions that don't exist yet. We do not know what they are, but we do know that technology will be vital in these professions. And on the other hand, there's the problem of as mothers, fathers, and families, many times we don't have the time, we do not have the knowledge to give these tools to our children. This is apart from the information that we can find online that very often we cannot manage. So Wobbly is a space, it's a tool, allowing parents and institutions to support their children so they simply develop their maximum potential. What is the maximum potential? Well, it's about the discovery of what you're good at. By experimenting, they find out what they are best at doing. They learn by manipulation, manipulative learning, trying, testing, touching with technology. The children are digital natives, and our challenge really is to introduce technology, but in a responsible way. How do we do all of this? It sounds wonderful, this hybrid learning. Well, we do it with a platform. It's a combined learning platform. And with this little box, we have developed 12 boxes like this. we call them the magic boxes. And these boxes provide all the material that you need to carry out a STEM project. Interdisciplinarity is very important. And every month, families get a kit like this, where they have all the materials they need to carry out a project. And at the same time, it gives them access to a platform, giving you interactive content, tutorials, online content, so you can carry out the project. We have 4 modules, depending on themes: electricity, mechanics, programming, and science, where you touch on all the different subjects of STEM in a really kind of fun way. So it's all for engineers, electricians, and programmers. I mean, we're not looking for that. It's about children developing soft skills, which today they are power skills rather than soft skills. It's about developing this ability to think critically that will take them anywhere they want to go. We are a group of females with experience in technology and education, and we are, I think it's difficult to say today that we are a company with impact, but really in our DNA, we since from the onset, our idea was to create change, to create change in education and to help children develop abilities and skills that you cannot find in school curricula. Our name is Wordplay. We have certifications and we have won awards, and we want to take this to every household in Spain and in America. There are very many initiatives along these lines in America, and the great things are being done. So we just have to accelerate this and really go for change. I am delighted to show this to anybody at the end. Please come and talk to me. I will be delighted to have a chat. Thank you very much.
Hola.
Hello.
No tengo que preguntar aquí si han oído.
I don't think I have to ask. You probably have heard about the metaverse. We have heard about it, and I'm not sure that you know that no one is naked in the metaverse. I come from fashion, the fashion sector, the fashion industry, and I was a CEO for Ombers. I had a consultancy agency with females. We were giving consultancy services to fashion brands for growth, and there was always a barrier. There was always a barrier for small companies because all the opportunities were given to big companies. So with Ombers, we had the aim of trying that companies use the metaverse as an opportunity for growth. It was about the automation of opportunities of products. So companies don't have to hire a workshop, they don't have to hire an office, and they don't have to hire teams that they really don't have access to. Our main market is the fashion industry because myself and my partner come from this world, but our first client is a television channel because, I mean, really, the only place where you're going to find any audience from any universe will be the metaverse. So it's about the products that our avatars are going to wear, and you have to create a community, you have to speak a new language, and this is why we need help. The metaverse is now valued in 600 million euros, and there are only 17,000 million in the metaverse. So it's a big and powerful market. It's several of us in the team. So it's me and myself, my partner, and 5 developers who are automating the development of all of these elements so that we can become, you can just touch on different products in the metaverse, and well, I invite you to visit our website, and if you have any questions, any doubts, please come and talk to me. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Well, we are going to introduce our brand. This is a sustainable fashion brand for lactating women and for pregnant women. Our brand has been created by women and it's obviously for women. Our main collaborators are women too. We are developing our products with recycled materials, mainly nylon, and which is reused, recycled from fishing nets and plastic bottles. This is recycled and very high quality materials are created from this. And hi, my name is Catherine, she's Noelia. So basically, we are promoting breastfeeding. In our experience, once that you become a mother, fashion doesn't go with you, really. And you are sort of relegated socially, but also at work, and to a space where you're not represented. And in a way, as a woman, you lose your identity. We want to give back this identity to women. And we want to appreciate, obviously, that it's great to be a mother, but really, we are women, not just mothers. So in terms of breastfeeding, this is very interesting because at a global scale, about $54 billion are spent in producing formula milk. So this has a great impact on the environment. There was a market generated recently regulating the consumption of formula versus, comparing the consumption of formula versus teaching women how to have a better knowledge of breast milk. So there was a national crisis. There was a lack of supply of formula, which meant that this drove many mothers to desperation because they didn't have a way of feeding their children. So our product goes hand in hand with this idea of encouraging education in breastfeeding, and our fashion is created to go with them in this period. I mean, for us, breastfeeding lasted for years, and we saw that fashion didn't do anything for us. So this is why we created our company, to empower women who are pregnant or who are breastfeeding in these very special times. It's about them not losing their identity. Thank you very much.
escucha? Ahora.
Can you hear me? I'm not the girl in the photo, but it's a lovely photo, but it's not me. I don't know who she is. Anyway, good morning. My name is Cristina Palmero. I am a co-founder and operations director for my company. I would like to say thank you for your attention, and I want to open this presentation with this statement. Our in-person meetings have always been a tradition, but online meetings were an option. With the pandemic, we started to work remotely, and everything was fun and games until problems started to appear. For example, the lack of privacy, lack of space, and a special mention to mothers with babies or young children. From all of these problems and the growing trend of shared economies, this is where we come in. Betty is a booth, a telework, a remote working booth, so the user can work more privately, more flexibly, and more sustainable. These booths, these remote work booths, are smart booths. They are patented designs. They are disinfected automatically. They are comfortable. They are connected. They are sustainable, and they are fitted with solar panels. Betty work in the following way. You download an app, and then you book a pod, you work for as long as you need it, and then you just leave without any type of further commitment. You pay for your time, 10 cents per minute, and to carry this out, we will partner with private and public sector companies. There are multiple uses for this. We will try to private companies will have spaces that are infra-used, and we will look for spaces that are not being used. So a lot of accelerators and investors are trusting Betty, and we have been named as one of the 8 most innovative solutions in the PropTech sector. It's 2 co-founders, Kishan from India and myself, and our mission is to be able to change the professional paradigm in Spain and internationally towards a more flexible life, but not only using the booth for working, but for, I don't know, medical consultation, gaming, whatever. It has many different uses, and right now we are at the prototype phase, and we need an investment so we can continue to develop our booths and our business model. So to sum up, I wanted to go back to my initial statement. Online meetings now have become a tradition, and in-person meetings have become an option. Please have no qualms about joining our space revolution. It's a shame not to have an image of this, but please come and talk to me and I will tell you more. I'm sure we will make your life better. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? So imagine that you are with a friend on the weekend and you want to do something cool in the city, something different for the weekend, but you don't want to go to a touristy thing. You want to do something a bit more authentic. So you look for the events portals, but nothing interesting comes up. So, and there's a friend who went to a winery and told you and tells you later on, and you never found out. Imagine a portal where you can find out all of these singular, different proposals, different events with very limited places, with a focus on cuisine and healthy living. You can book your place in a minute by paying, and this is the portal that I have founded. Root and Joy helps wineries, restaurants, brands, yoga teachers, boutique hotels to sell their unique events of not only bringing clients, but also becoming their technological partners. Our base is to offer a plug-and-play booking engine, and we offer this to different companies organizing events, and who might need to an automatic booking system, and they lack the infrastructure. We live in an increasingly automatized world, but we are still lacking physical meeting points. So we need these points of interaction so we can share experiences in a more humane way, in a more human way. We started in 2019 in the Canary Islands, and from then, apart from the pandemic, our minimum viable platform has taken part in 260 micro events, has performed over 800 bookings, and about 200,000 euros in created 200,000 euros in revenue. So if we would like to have your support, and we think that we have a clear opportunity of positioning ourselves as a leader in this type of events in Spain. So we are carrying out a first round of investment of 100,000 euros, which will allow us to develop the second version of the platform, which will allow for our national expansion. And we will grow our array of subscriptors. After the Canary Islands, we would like Malaga to be the next point of growth. So the moment is now. You can do a minimum investment of 900 euros. This will be the first round, and the moment to start is now. Are you in? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Alonso, and I am a professor at the University of Malaga with Maria del Mar López Guerrero. We are two colleagues who have created a startup called Imatech Nanotechnologies. This company is created with the objective to put in the market a new technology based on what we call a magnetic nanomaterial, which we have synthesized and patented. It has very good properties and can be used for the control and treatment of all types of water. We work with all types of plants, and our idea is to have more contacts in the future to make water potable, for example, or safe water. We have a magnetic extraction system because our nanomaterials are magnetic, and they can be added to water to absorb polluting substances, the substances that we don't want, and we can extract everything with a magnet or an electromagnet. So we use a very simple technology. We don't require a lot of energy, and in the laboratory we've seen that the system can be used up to 200 times this absorbing and deabsorbing process so that the material can be ready for a different absorption process. Since we are a group of experts in chemistry, in the lab we saw that everything went well, and we thought about being candidates for a contest at the University of Malaga. We had to provide a much more business perspective, and we contacted with a chemistry engineer to support us escalate our product so it can be used in companies. So we included in the group another professional. We work also with a couple of students, and as I say, a chemical engineer, and we received the spin-off award. We were part also of an incubator process with other companies and business training programs with a mentor who help us gain and have more clients to create and set up a company. At the beginning, we didn't think about the idea of setting up a business because we had our jobs, and this was like an abstract idea at the beginning. But thanks to the mentor that we had, we also contacted an old student of mine who is a businessman with 2 companies in Malaga, and my students say, please go ahead. And now we are 6 partners in the company. Apart from the University of Company, we have set up a company with a technology perspective. And apart from the synthesis of the material, our company also provides analysis services, chemistry analysis services, and we have a contract with a company in Malaga for the provision of analysis. We synthesize and sell our nanomaterials, and we also design prototypes at industry scales. We have a depollution equipment, and our idea is to look for investors right now in the industry. We would like to have the support of treatment plants so that we can be more present in the market. We have developed some tests, but we have a problem in treatment plants. Treatment plants throw water into lakes, and sometimes these waters have a huge degree or amount of polluting substances. And you know that some of these substances as phosphates are dangerous for the environment, and they can kill animals, like in the Mar Menor in Murcia. So we have tested our materials. Our materials absorb this phosphate. We can withdraw phosphate from the water, and we can extract it to reuse it as a fertilizer, and we can also have our materials so that we can use it again. So the sustainability circle is quite reflected and demonstrated. Thank you very much.
Tampoco. Ahora sí.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Now, thank you. I want to thank the organizers for bringing us the possibility to be here. In Rural Shoppers, my company, we work 3 women. We are 3 founders, or 3 inspiring women. We met before the pandemic in Malaga during an innovation course, And although we are very different, we have a lot of common elements, like the wish to do something to change things. Rural shoppers is the proposal that we have to contribute to the society. What we do is very easy to understand. We are an online purchasing service for rural houses. Client can send shopping lists, and they can do it with our webpage, or they can send it through WhatsApp. And then we have, we want to focus on the rural hotels, on the rural accommodations, etc., because we are passionate for rural accommodations, and I think that passion is also necessary in projects. That's why we're a disrupted service, because no one offers what we offer in the rural area, and we want to do something better for the society. Our idea is to purchase in local stores which are close to rural accommodations, which is very important for us. On the one hand, if we buy things in local shops, the money remains there and the impact is positive for the area you are visiting. On the other hand, we encourage close and 0-kilometer products, craft or artisan products, a very quality one. And I am a fan of tomato, and I'm going to speak about the example of tomatoes. You know that tomatoes with oil have a very characteristic flavor, and that's what we want to convey with our products. So when we have bought the product that the client is going to need, in cooperation with the accommodation, before the host comes to the accommodation, we place everything inside in the kitchen, everything is in the fridge. So beer is going to be fresh in the fridge, and our clients can use their time to enjoy the environment from the very beginning without having to go to the shop, and they are contributing with their shopping list to create a better environment. We are working in Malaga, and we are also developing a growth strategy because we want to expand our area to the rest of Andalusia and Spain. So the challenge we have is huge, and we are going to work for that. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Yo en un evento súper
Good
tecnológico.
afternoon. This is a very technology event, and I am going to try to be as disruptive as I can. I'm going to take my notes to make my speech more agile. I'm Sole Jimenez. I'm the founder and responsible person of MyGreece, a pioneer project in controlled area agriculture. We have our own platform and e-commerce platform. My project is composed of a multicultural and multidisciplinary team of people who believe in the power of technology to produce super food available for everybody. We use resources to even create resources such as water and energy. Our objective is to promote food habits which are healthy, experiences that contribute to improve the quality of life and well-being of people, and raise the awareness on the need to regenerate things, the importance of contributing to the life cycle to create some continuity in the planet. So our objective is is CDG 3, 9, 11, and also 17. 17 SDG is of paramount importance for me to move forward and to make the difference. So among the technology that we are using to grow our micro food in the Malaga plant, which is an expansion project. The truth is that we use many types of technology that can be adapted to the potential clients in the areas in which we operate. We look for zero carbon footprint, and we look for contributing to our environment. We are using artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, digital platforms, or LED light spectrums to have specific flavors or nuances or the freshness of food. We started commercializing the food last January, and we have ended just now the new platform. We are in the process of finishing the expansion plan now, and to create, we want to create a self-sufficient plant to not just regenerate water, because this agriculture is important, because the capacity to create food is infinite and spectacular in very small places, but now we are saving water, but 95% being more productive than traditional agriculture, without prejudice to the productivity that we are going to have in the future and the availability of food. So we are going to set up a new plant to be self-sufficient, to create more water, and to be able to develop and storage and distribute energy. Because depending on the place in which we are, in the area we are located to, if we create green hydrogen, for example, to use it at night, we can, use the energy at night so that the plant can be can work, and then we can donate the extra energy that we generate to hospitals, for example, and we can reuse it for our nutrients as well. We can distribute it locally, or at least this is our idea. I know I'm trying to say a lot of concepts, but also it is because I think my project is important. The expansion plan is available because we have financing needs and also the impact flow that we have designed, which is also very important for us. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas felicidades a todas las que...
I want to congratulate everybody who have been selected for this speech in front of investors and other people. We know that you have many needs, and during the cocktail, please take the opportunity to approach possible investors. But now we are going to have a very interesting part of the meeting, and I'm going to introduce my dear friend Yolanda, who is the founder of Hipervoluntarios, who is an example to help women develop their digital leadership. both of us are going to see how we can introduce this ceremony of awards related to the SDGs in the different categories. For entrepreneur innovation, the award is for well-being, health, and food takes, for education, gender equality, entrepreneurship, sustainability, and innovation. I know there are many people willing to know what is going to happen, and we thank everybody who has traveled to support those entrepreneurs who are initiating their career, and we want to give them the energy that they need, such as in the video presented by Annabelle. So in the face of difficulties, we have to go after our dreams. But the first prize is the Entrepreneur Innovation Prize, handed over by Rosa, who works in the Town Council of Malaga. Sorry, I don't know whether she is here or not. The award is for María Isabel Rojo from ENTEC.
Hola, de nuevo. Me he traído una chuletilla.
Hello again. I'm going to say some words because we are in the Inspiring Women Leaders Seminar of, a very male-centered world, but I'm going to mention Malala Yousafzai, who is an activist for the education of girls, who said we cannot move forward altogether. Half of the population is left behind. So let's inspire from the digital area so that new generations can be more successful. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We have listened to your pitch and we really think it is interesting. The rest also, because SDG 3 will be in health and food tech prize is going to be handed over by Carmen Jambrino, the Vice Chancellor of Research International of the Faculty of Commerce at the University of Malaga. For energy.s.
Perdón, las premiadas que no se vayan muy lejos, que luego todas nos vamos a hacer una foto.
Please don't go far away because then we will have a common picture. So if you can, stay around.
Bueno, nada, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the organization of the event, Teresa, and the initiatives which have supported us, Computing on Andalucía Emprende. I want to thank my team and hope that what we develop, which is solving a huge gap, can improve the quality of people and can work in the future. Thank you. Next prize, next award after health is education. And we mentioned education a lot this morning because it is the essence of what we are going to do in the future. We will have to be trained every day because everything moves so fast and we need to have the necessary knowledge so that we can apply it and create wealth. Rosa Silex is going to give the award. He's the director of Andalucía Emprender. And the prize is for Oriana Tircelli from Workplay. I think Rosa Siles is not here with us today, so we are going to ask Nuria Salam to give the award because she's from Barcelona without no sleeping hours. I like giving awards. Congratulations. Please take a picture. Congratulations. I'm going to be very brief and say thank you, everybody. We have a lot of things to do in the future, and I would like to say that we are going to create a huge impact and that we are going to contribute with our work to make a change in education. Thank you.
Bueno, como tenemos a doña Rosa Siles.
Since we have Rosa Silex, the General Director of Andalucía Emprende, we are going to give next award, which is a double one. In all editions, we double a prize and we duplicate trophies. As a double award, I need to be here Miriam Marie, notary and president of Tanta, and Rosa Siles, the director of Andalucía Emprende. The award winning are two sisters, Renata Couso Bous, Adriana Couto, woman for NFTs, Idoia Felbecki and Izaska Feldecki from Minervart.
Hello, hello. I would like to thank everyone for this prize. Also my team, I wish they were here. We are a startup based in Brazil and the Netherlands. So I have some people in Europe, some people in Brazil. And I also hope I can inspire more women to join technology, to learn these new skills. And I saw this morning an important data. I was searching, and right now women are 49.7% of the population. And it's sad that we are a low percentage in technology. So I hope with this prize, I really can build my startup, go forward, become a platform where I can co-create with universities, with companies, with artists, and yeah, explore the metaverse and my colleague here, and NFTs and blockchain, and always causing an impact. Thank you so much.
Feliz de compartir con...
I am happy to share with Izaskun Azaldegi, co-founder of Minerva. I want to thank the startup community, Teresa, and everyone for the opportunity they have given to receive this award, which is going to encourage us to construct the gallery that we want to build up, to offer space for women from different knowledge areas such as art, science, business, so that they can have some room in the metaverse and they can be highly represented. Now, we are going to give the last but not least prize award, which is very important because someone from far away has come here to be with us, and we want to thank her, a good leader for us. Sorry, before that, we have to give the Sustainability Award by the director of Procter & Gamble. The prize is for Gisela Ortiz from Biotapas.
Bueno, ahora sí, perdón, que tiene que decir unas palabras.
Sorry, she will say a few words. Yes, I will tell you not about Biotapas, but about the team behind Biotapas.
Equipo increíble.
I lead an incredible team. The team in Argentina, they are following us. And the ones in Spain. I mean, I thank you to all of them, because you know how much hard work there is behind the scenes, and we have conceived this collaboratively, which is really not easy. And my role as a CEO and co-founder, I want to say thank you to my two co-founders, male partners, who have given me the opportunity. I joined the ranks this year, and they made me co-founder, and this just gives you an idea of the nobility, the honesty, and of my two co-founders, and they gave me the chance of receiving this prize, this award today. On behalf of everybody, thank you so much, Teresa, and thank you to all of you as well for listening. This is a gift to inspire us to carry on in a world which is still led by men, and this is a little bit of a push forward to carry on and to carry on inspiring. So thank you so much. And now we will hand the award to Innovative Leadership, and it will be Africa Caracena will be handing the award to Teresa Hamad, the Huawei, from Huawei.
Muchas gracias. Un verdadero honor poder recibir
so much. It's such a great honor to be the recipient of this award. Congratulations to the organizers. Congratulations, Teresa. I loved to see the panel discussions this morning, the short film, and really to just hear female role models like you. Juan Antonio was saying earlier that if we have role models, we have change. I work in tech where women are few, and we started to see a lot of different initiatives. Before I worked in telecommunications with over 1,000 companies, operators and manufacturers, and we see lots of very beautiful initiatives, and we need all of this. We did something quite simple a few weeks ago, International Girls' Day, and other companies did it too. And that was to host a girl in our office, and she had to occupy the role of one of us. So a 19-year-old got my place. She had my badge. She was a little bit reserved at the beginning. She kept to herself. She looked at a bit daunted. And after 3 hours, she was the queen. She loved it. She could lead a meeting. She led a meeting. She asked everybody who they were, what they were doing. And these are just little things, but we can do initiatives like these, and they help drive this change. Thank you so much. On behalf of Huawei Spain, and congratulations to all the recipients of the rest of the awards. Thank you. Thank you very much, Teresa, for the example that you are setting within your organization. And we think we have a message from someone. Good morning, panelists and audience of the forum. Thank you so much to Teresa Alarcos for allowing me to take part in this conference. I am very honored to receive the award to leadership, innovative leadership, in my project WiseEye to transform the massive consumption industry. I hope I will be able to join you in Spain in the near future, but in the meantime, we are still connected through our daily work in order to create positive impact in the world. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Min Chen. The award is traveling to you somewhere. She's bearing witness to a second-generation Chinese immigrant And she is in Silicon Valley, and she really is a unicorn in retail and in artificial intelligence. She really is a strong role model, and she speaks Spanish really well. And really, please, those of you who made a pitch and have not received an award, please stand up. How many of you? Are you still here? Okay. You have a token, all of you. You will be given a token, and there is also an award for you. Those of you without a trophy, please join us on stage. You are finalists. You are shortlisted in a selection that has been very difficult. I mean, you have made your pitch, and this deserves acknowledgement. Please, we would love a photograph with you, and you deserve a huge congratulations for the work you're doing, and our best wishes for the path ahead.
Pues vamos a hacernos una foto.
Okay, so we will take a group photograph. If you could please move the token forward so it's visible in the photograph. Have you all got your token?
Bueno, esperad un momento que nos vamos a hacer una foto y subid todas las premiadas. Que nos vamos a hacer una foto todas las premiadas.
And now, please, the ones with the awards, please join us on stage now, because we will take another photograph, a group photo, and now we are going to go out there and do networking, which, and then we will just go home and rest for this long weekend. Thank you so much to the organizers, University of Malaga, the conference, Palace, Volvo, all the sponsors, everyone who has made possible to organize this event, the regional government of Andalusia, the city of Malaga, and Mrs. Rosa Sanchez. Thank you so much for being here. We will see you all next year. Thank you.